May I please have everyone's attention? Before the meeting begins, we ask that everyone please silence your cell phones. The Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustee meeting is an open meeting for the public to observe the board conducting district business. Therefore, patrons may only address the board during designated audience item sections on the agenda. If you have printed material you want to give to board members, you must provide them to me or any officer present, and we will provide them to the board. We also ask that members of the audience be respectful of others by remaining quiet so that everyone is able to hear the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The time is 6 p.m. and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attending in person. Notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 72 hours. Welcome and thank you. And we are going to start with our superintendent's update by Dr. Whitbeck.
Thank you and good evening. First of all, as we have so many things going on in the next few meetings, I thought it would be good just to outline a little bit about our plan here as we go forward. So tonight, of course, the board will be reviewing proposals for a possible bond and reviewing possible school consolidations and rebuilds. Then Thursday, this coming Thursday, February 9th, there is a specially called meeting from 2 to 4, which will allow the board to give a deeper dive into the facility condition index and that data of all of our existing facilities. And so that'll be a workshop. And then on Monday, February 13th, our board will be able to consider calling for an election that would be held May 6th. You'll review and consider boundaries for the northwest part of the district, for Crawford High School and for Ferguson Elementary. And then we have set aside February 27th, a special called noon meeting, and that will be to consider any boundary approvals should the board need more time to review all of the information. So just wanted to cover that first. And then, of course, we have so many exciting things going on in our district. Just last week was very exciting. We had over 100 student athletes sign letters of intent to pursue academic and athletic careers after high school graduation. And I always tell them that when they get a chance to play beyond high school, they're in a 1% group. It's a very small group of kids that get that opportunity. So we're so proud of them. We also want to congratulate Elkins High School coach. A great big shout out to Coach Albert Thomas. He is celebrating his 500th career win. And during his 18 years at Elkins, he's led his team to regional tournament 5 times. So congratulations to Coach Thomas. Another outstanding coach in our district, Clements High School coach Lauren Neal, has been named UIL Swim and Dive Coach of the Year. And recipients of this award are recognized for having excellent coaching that goes beyond just athletics. Coach Neal will be honored at the state meet February 18th in Austin. Our Dulles High School academic decathlon once again is amazing champions. They recently won their regional meet and now they're headed back to state as the #1 team in Texas. And combined, the members earned 55 medals and 7 overall best awards. So we're so proud of them. Going on with success across the district, 3 Clements High School JROTC cadets have each been awarded $250,000 Navy ROTC scholarships. Pictured left to right, we have Kenneth Wang, who is Commander Master Chief of the unit, Weapons Officer, and the Armed Drill Commander. We have Tricia Rangi, Commanding Officer of the 96-member unit at Clements. And Emily Coos is the Operations Officer and Female Color Guard Commander, and she's only been in the program for 2 years. So quite an accomplishment for those young students. Teacher of the Year. You know, we couldn't do anything without our amazing teachers in this district. The finalists in Fort Bend ISD 2023 elementary and secondary teachers have been announced. And it's always a tough job for the committee because there's so many outstanding teachers in our district. Elementary finalists, and you can see them pictured here. They teach at Pecan Grove, Barrington Place, Lexington Creek, Palmer, Ridgemont, and Sugar Mill Elementaries. And the secondary finalists represent Ferndale Henry Center for Learning, Hodges Bend, Thornton, Missouri City Middle School, and Dulles High School. So congratulations to all of them, and they'll be honored as we announce the finalists at the banquet on April 13th. I also want to show you a really neat snapshot of the Impact Award recipient this last month. Most recent was Jessica Escobar. She is the lead custodian at Kempner High School. And Kempner Principal Dr. Danielle Jackson nominated Ms. Escobar because she exemplifies the meaning of perseverance. She earned her GED, and she is currently enrolled in night classes at HCC alongside her sons. And she says she's not going to stop until she earns a bachelor's degree, to which we have told her that we are ready to hire her. So we are very excited about that. But the cool part of that story was that she had earned her place on the honor roll. And when it was announced to the school, the entire school cheered for her. So that's pretty special over there at Kempner. And we're grateful to Ms. Escobar. I also want to recognize Dr. Carmela Levy-David, our own Assistant Superintendent for Early Childhood and Elementary Education. She's been selected for membership in the one-year Women of Color Education Collaborative Program. It's a prestigious program that supports women who are leaders in education, provides them developmental opportunities, and prioritizes self-care. And we are very proud of you. Congratulations, Dr. Levy-David. And moving on, I want to recognize two of our work-based learning students from Dulles, and whose professionalism and attention to detail helped Holiday Inn receive 100% score in customer satisfaction for cleanliness in the month of January. And you may remember that we had a feature about our work-based learning students just at the very last board meeting. And these students are Arcelis Chavez and Jartavia Laws. And they are such productive members of the force. So we are so proud that in this adult transition program that not only are they working hard, but they are showing excellence to their employers. And fact from the shack, February is American Heart Month. Did you know that laughing is the best medicine? It can increase blood flow by 20%. So maybe we can do more laughing at our board meetings. And also getting in 2.5 hours of moderate physical activity each week can lower the risk of cardiovascular disease. So we'll all get moving. And finally, we had a blast last Thursday when the entire district celebrated the historic enrollment of more than 80,000 students. And I see Dr. Guillory over there. We're over 80,100 students, right? And 80,165. Thank you, Dr. Guillory. See, she knows it like the back of her hand every time. And thank you to the board members, all of the board members that are here. We're a part of the event, and we were excited to celebrate with you and your fun and getting dressed up. And we saw lots of exciting pictures all across the district and in the campuses. And we celebrated Rayon Arif at Garcia Middle School and his family for being the 80,000th student. He had a lot of amazing things to say, but one of the things that we all got a real kick out of was his difference from his Brooklyn, New York school to Garcia, and how big everything is at his school, including the gymnasium, as a contrast to what he had in New York. Just a delightful young student and a perfect example, there he is, of the students that we have in Fort Bend ISD. And we want to recognize and thank Senator Colcourt's office and Ron Reynolds' office for sending representatives, as well as Commissioner Andy Myers for having a representative and send a proclamation. And our culinary students making this amazing cake that you see here. They have actually gone into the cake business, I hear, and I can see why. But it was delicious and delightful, and such a wonderful example of their talent. And I believe we have a very short video, Miss Williams. Is that right? All right.
Back when this district started, there were enrolled. In each decade, back in 1959, when this district started, there were only a couple thousand kiddos enrolled. In each decade, that enrollment grows more and more.
Now it's time to meet the man of the hour. This is Rayon Arif. He is at Garcia Middle School, and he is the actual 80,000th student. How does it feel to be the 80,000th student in our district?
It feels great, you know, like I'm a 80,000 student and this school is nice, big compared to my old school, and I really love it here.
You alluded to it a little bit, but tell us about your previous school, where it was and what it was like.
It was in New York, Brooklyn, and it was school from pre-K all the way up to 8th grade, so it wasn't really like a campus, and there was like, the gym was small, and the gym over here in Texas is a lot bigger. Because they say everything in Texas is bigger.
Talk about your new school, Garcia Middle School. What stands out to you besides the big gym? Anything else?
The people over there, how they're all respectful and nice, and they're kind and everything, and the teachers too, they're kind and nice, and the work is much better. Like, you understand it more better than my previous school.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you.
How can you not smile after watching that, right? The one thing Rayon's going to learn, though, is not only is everything bigger in Texas, but the second part is it's better, too. So he will find out. All right. Well, thank you for that wonderful update. And let's move on to our information items. And the first information we have is information item A, Bond Oversight Committee update.
So we talked with Rashid, our Bond Oversight Committee chairman, and I don't think he's called in yet. I've been trying to reach him. He was actually planning on being here in person, but then he had the opportunity to go to a training session for his job, for his real job, in Beaumont. That was 4 days. It was like all day, Monday through Thursday. He was going to come back Friday, and so he has to do it virtually. And so I've been trying to connect with him. Hopefully I will connect with him, but we may have to wait a little bit later for that.
That's okay. We can move along to item B in the meantime. Does that work? All right, let's move on to item B, the Bond 2023 planning update.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
So if I can get the clicker. Go ahead and go up there. I'll kick it off. Oh, it's the other one. It's the bond one. There it is. Oh no. No, it's not that one. Yeah, that one. All right. Does it click? Yes, it does. Okay. Okay. Well, so Carolina's getting up there. So we're going to tag team this, and then Brian will also get involved. Okay, so again, there's our logo. So this, we haven't changed the capital plan beyond what we spoke about last time. We're still showing the natatorium and transportation facilities, TBD. We're going to talk about some scenarios later in the meeting, but this is the current capital plan. So going through it all, and so it's still at the 1.2 billion. When we're showing here how the propositions would be split out, with Proposition A being a 1.161, and then you have 52 million for Proposition B. That's the student devices. Those are the grade items there. The classroom tool set and the staff computer refresh under that current recommendation. All the rest of it will be in Proposition A. All right. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Carolina, and she's going to go through some slides, and then I'll take her from there.
All right. Good evening.
Is that on?
So, all right. Good evening. And so you have seen this slide before, and we just want to remind you how we get to evaluate rebuilds versus renovation. So as we evaluate those campuses that we move forward and recommend for renovation or rebuild, we look at different components. And so it's a good reminder to highlight the fact that when you decide to rebuild a campus and you tear it down and you build a new one, you pretty much start over. Your systems are going to be brand new. Your foundation, your envelope, your roof, air conditioning systems will be brand new. When you renovate, you have flexibility because you could decide how much money you want to put into those buildings. But remember that the bones of that building and the foundation of that building and the roof of that building still going to be 40 years old or 45 years old, depending on how much money you put into that renovation. And so that's the biggest difference. Once you put in the money for new construction, your maintenance goes down. You don't have to start putting large amounts of dollars into new systems because they're new and they're going to be new for a while. And so that is really the big difference there. These are some pictures for Briargate showing some of the current conditions that we have out there. As you can see, there's quite a number of deficiencies into Briargate. And so when we assess the building and we evaluate to determine how much money needs to be put into that building, we performed the assessment. This is a summary of priorities 1 and 2. So we have talked about priority 1 being critical items that have already failed or will fail within a year or two. And priority 2 is items that will fail within 3 to 5 years. And so when you look at priorities 1 and 2, if we were not to rebuild Briargate, we would have to put into that building $22.2 million within the next 5 years. And so these are some pictures of the conditions of Mission Bend. So this is another campus that has great deficiencies. And so you could see some of those in here. And again, we run the summary of priorities, and if we were not to rebuild this campus within the next 5 years, 3 to 5 years, we would have to be investing $19 million into this campus. As we look at those deficiency items, we have space deficiencies. And so we have a gym that's 1,500 square feet and should be 6,000 square feet. These are big differences compared to the new campuses. And so this collaboration spaces that don't exist, or ceilings that need to be replaced, and LED upgrades that need to happen. And so all these items get combined into the facility deficiency items. You have seen these slides before. This is Clements with an FCI of 59%, which puts it in a poor condition, almost very poor. And the same thing happened for Clements. We have shared these slides before. If we were not to rebuild Clements, we could anticipate to invest $113 million within the next 3 to 5 years. And so we have had conversations about Clements and how we got to the cost or the estimated cost. We compared it to High School 12 in year 2018 with a construction cost of $263 versus $308. The big difference in Clements is that you are demolishing an existing campus, and you're working within an occupied campus. This gives it an additional level of complexity to that construction. It is definitely one of the most complex projects that a school district can execute for sure. We have compared to actual bids with different school districts. We share information. We help each other out so that we can make sure that our prices are in line and that we are estimating correctly. We have provided a breakdown on other costs for construction for Clements High School. And so we first calculate $308 a square foot for construction costs alone. But on top of that, we have added different percentages for site improvements. Premium for phased construction. Of course, it's going to be a phased project on an occupied campus. And so it truly works by phases. You have to move students and work out logistics to make sure that you don't impact instruction as you're building the campus. It is a 4-year construction project, so that adds on to the calculation. And then we have to add demolition and abatement of the existing building. That's calculated at $8 a square foot for the existing facility, which is the building you currently have there. We then again compared those costs to actual data that we've received from other school districts, from Galveston, Lamar, and Conroe. It tries to paint a picture of the size of our high school compared to others, and we're right there in the middle. We're not the largest, but we're not the smallest. And when it comes to construction cost, it shows that we are right in line with what's going on in the market and the other school districts. So we work with large general contractors to stay up to date on the impact of cost of construction to make sure that as we execute our projects, that we actually have enough money to execute those projects. For the U.S. Department of Labor, we know that construction costs from 12/21 to 11/22 were up 19.6%. We don't currently have the data from December 21 to December 22, but but we know it's going to drop a bit from that number. I guess the highlight item here is going forward. We know the construction labor cost for 2023 is projected to increase from 4.5 to 6.1% across the nation. And so we have to be careful how we estimate our projects. We want to be conservative, but we also want to make sure that we have enough money to execute the project and get it to the finish line. You have seen this before, and to put things into perspective, I want to remind you that the district has 104 facilities, which translates into 13 million square feet of facilities district-wide. And changes to the recommendation have not been made yet, but we had the life cycle deficiency at $615 million. I want to highlight a few components as to why the building deficiency list is so costly. $615 million appear to be a large number, and so we want to highlight a few things. There was a large gap between bond 2007 and 2014. So for the size of this district, we went 7 years without a bond. That our facilities deteriorate rather quickly when you're not able to address them. And so for those 7 years, even though some work was being done, it was just not enough to keep up with the facilities and the maintenance of those facilities. For bond 2014, it was capped to be less than $500 million. And so for a district the size of Fort Bend, $500 million doesn't quite address all the needs we have. So bond 2018, we were capped at less than $1 billion. That was a two-phase bond. So we pushed forward the first half of that bond with the expectation of moving forward with the second phase in 2021. But bond 2021 was postponed. Of course, COVID and change in leadership had an impact to that. And so as we look into the breakdown of the $615 million for life cycle deficiencies, we have bundled these into different categories. Of course, you can slice and dice the number into even smaller categories to get a better idea of exactly how much it is into each category. For architecture is $108 million. Furniture is $20 million district-wide. Fine arts, $78 million. Child nutrition touches all the kitchens and cafeterias for several campuses at $48 million. Athletics addresses improvements for several campuses, $63 million. We have a large component here on safety and security. And so you have seen safety and security in the capital plan, but this is also safety and security within the life cycle deficiencies, because these items in safety and security are related to infrastructure of the buildings. And so it touches doors and hardwares, but it touches upgrades to the fire alarm systems and life safety systems of the buildings. And so that is why it's embedded in here into the life cycle deficiencies. And then we have our largest category, really, which is the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. This is where we address all the air conditioning systems and chillers and water towers and electrical switch gears. Those are the major components for our buildings. And so this is where we're lumping those systems together. We address civil, structural, and building envelopes. It touches, of course, the windows and the roofs to make sure that our buildings are not leaking and that they're sealed and tight to maintain temperature and so forth. And then we have CTE for a total of $615 million. So right here, you see a breakdown on allocation by feeder pattern. This is not the total by feeder pattern, but it's the total per school shown in each feeder pattern. And so numbers could still shift a little, but it gives you an idea on how the money is being allocated or proposed to be allocated. For those campuses that you see on zero, so Lakeview, Malala, these are our new campuses, and so we're not allocating any funding with this bond to those campuses as they're new. There may be a few, like Leonetti, amounts of like $50,000, and that really is touching life safety systems like security, addition of security cameras, and components like that. So that's why you see those small numbers. And so we have shared this slide before. This is the capital plan history in the forecast. In 2014, the needs were identified for $1.1 billion, and we funded $484 million. And so if we break that number down, in 2014, for life cycle and deficiencies, we only allocated $160 million. And so we went from 2007 to 2014, 7 years without a bond. And then we got to 2014, and we only gave ourselves $160 million for life cycle deficiencies. For the number of facilities we have, there's only so much you can do. And so we have been trying to prioritize, but a lot of items have been pushed down the road, and they were pushed for Bond 2018. Bond 2018 did fund more in life cycle and deficiencies, $397 million. But that was only half of what we needed. And so we pushed the rest of those items to phase 2 of Bond 2018, which was anticipated to be 2021, which then moved to 2022 and then moved to 2023. And so this go around, we're showing $615 million in life cycle deficiencies for Bond 2023.
Okay, I think it's my turn. All right, so we showed that last before, but just want to point this one out because we're showing here, out of the, I think last we showed you that we had 33 million of funds that were not committed out of the bond 2018, and so just to remind you, we're using 12.4 million from the technology to reduce our ask on the technology side for the new budget. So we are using that, so that would leave about 21 million in our overall contingency in terms of expected closeouts and whatever else. Okay, one of the agenda items that you see tonight isn't one that we've discussed with this board before, but this is something that was put in place by the old board in 2014, and then we did the agenda item again in 2018, and we're assuming that this board would want it again for bond 2023. And so there's just a few items on here, and this is for the board oversight where they say, if we're going to do the bond, your expectation is that if we have manager at risk contracts, that they're going to be subject to an audit by an independent construction auditor, okay? And then also there's language there about how, you want the weighted average of our bonds to compare to the weighted average economic useful life of the bond assets. All right, and I'm going to show you actually how we're doing on that. And then also contingency funds, they're limited to only being used for these things. You can see the list here: land acquisition, facility construction. And basically, pretty much we're talking about, bond eligible expenses. That's the only way the contingency can be used. And then at the end, just to make sure that there's no misunderstanding, all program contingency use must be approved by the Board of Trustees. And so that's why, there's an agenda item today. There's almost one every month, as we go through in terms of how we're using contingency. So that other resolution that you have just spells these things out, and obviously you can change these or whatever. But this is I would just wanted to give you some history as far as how that progressed. This is something we've been showing the Bond Oversight Committee for years, and then also, we show our board whenever we do our debt service updates. But this shows how our weighted average maturity of the bonds that we issue, okay, because as soon as we issue a bond, it could be a 30-year bond, but we're paying out principal right away. Okay, so the weighted average maturity is not 30 years by any means. You can see the weighted average maturity of the debt that we issued in 2014, and then also so far in 2018. But then you can see how that compares to the weighted average useful life of those assets. So this is the way you want to go. You definitely don't want your weighted average maturity to be higher than the average useful life. That means you're amortizing things too far out. So this is a very good ratio. This definitely shows we're not anywhere close to being upside down. And the way that the resolution was written, it gave us a latitude to actually go above that, but we would never want to. We would never want to go higher than that weighted average useful life. We want to stay close to where we're at here, because that is one of the reasons why we're comfortable being able to talk to people about including technology in our bonds, because we're not stretching things out over past the useful life. Okay, all right. So changing gears just a little bit. So last time we showed you our debt per student, it was using 2021 numbers that we had that were consistent. So our finance team did a little bit of digging, and they got a hold of the CAFRs of the other districts, and so we have some 2022 numbers to show you, and so you can see we're set up really good in terms of how our debt per student compares to the districts around us. So you can see it's pretty much the same ratios, same look, but there's been some movement between the districts. But you can see how we stack up there, and we're pretty proud of that given our active bond program. So just to remind you some of the things we've been doing to enable that to have we want that number as low as possible. So it's been a while since you may have seen this, but since this finance team has been in place since 2014, these are all the refundings that we've had over the years. And you can see, the active debt management, that our refundings, whenever we've done those, the net present value savings that we've had over the years, $108 million. So it's one of the tools that we do to really manage our debt. One of the other tools that we use, and you've seen this before, but this is through December 31st. Our commercial paper program has saved us $22.6 million in interest. And so, that's something that, whenever it was set up some time ago, we, made the investment of around $300,000 or so to set up the program and whatever else. And we also, hired a treasurer. And so you can see the savings that we've had through our active debt management and with the commercial paper program. I think we're one of only 4 or 5. I don't know if any other districts have done more than that. Yeah, I think there's 4 districts in the state that do a commercial paper program, and we're one of them. And we're glad we've done that. Okay, all right, so let's talk about the tax rate considerations for Bond 2023. Okay, we believe that we can implement Bond 2023 as it stands with no overall increase to the tax rate. Our tax rate right now is at $1.1346, so $13 and a half practically. Okay, now we believe that we may need to increase the debt rate by a penny. Okay, Bond 2018, with that $1 billion increase, we actually had, and it was communicated that we would expect a 3-penny increase, and I'll show you how that played out when I show you our tax rate history here in a bit. We think that we can handle this one with a 1 penny increase. But overall, the overall tax rate is not going to increase above the $1.13 and a half because there's going to be, we believe that there'll be tax rates compression just like there was this past year. We expect there to be more this coming year and then even the year after that. Okay, so we're confident that we would not go over that number. Now, without adding a penny, because of the reason why we feel like we need a penny is all of the kind of bent up demand on our deficiencies, and if we do these rebuilds, people are going to want those schools open in 2 years, and if we have the network that we have to do, there's a lot of pressure to get this money spent. And if we do spend the money quickly, and we'll try to spend it as quickly as we can, we probably will need to increase that debt rate by a penny. You can see some of the things, the delayed 2021 bond definitely impacted things, but also supply chain constraints. We're going to want to order a lot of the network stuff, a lot of the HVAC stuff, and things like that, because it's going to take a long time to get some of these items, and so that's going to put some pressure on the tax rate. The other thing that we haven't spoken about in here, but this is very real, and this is where we're very fortunate to have a AA plus debt rating, with our rating agencies, but all the school districts in the state up until recently have had the luxury of having the permanent school fund guaranteeing all of our debt at a AAA rating. Okay, and whenever we've issued debt, they've always looked at what our underlying rating is. Well, without the permanent school fund guarantee, they're going to be just looking at our rating. So we are going to have them looking at the AA plus. But because of I think it's a long story, because of the debt limits nationally and other things like that, the permanent school fund is not going to be available when we issue debt. And that cap is being reached within the past month or so. I think Jonathan might be able to say something more about that later if you have questions. So what does 1 penny mean on our debt service rate? Again, we don't think we're going to go higher than $1.13, but to communicate what 1 penny means to, and this approximately our average home taxable value of $300,000, 1 penny equals $2.50 per month or $30 a year. Okay, so that's 1 penny. But I would see that is the max. And I don't see that being incremental because, again, we believe that there will be tax rate compression on the M&O side. So here's our history. So I think that you have this in your handout, but whenever you can see that we did our the tax rate drop and swap in 2018, and I think at that time, I need to look to see it because I can't read that number. Our tax rate, our debt service rate was 26 cents, okay, in 2018. And that's the same year, so we had, $1.32 tax rate, and that was the same year, that we had bond 2018. So that was approved. So we didn't change it. Went a whole year, 2019, didn't change the rate. We did not actually take 2 of the 3 pennies until 2020. So, but there was also tax rate compression. So, there was a net decrease in the overall tax rate. But you can see how the debt service rate went from 26 pennies in the 2 years, 2018 and 2019. Then it went up a year, went up 2 pennies in 2021, and then the 3rd penny wasn't realized until 2021. So you can see how that stair-stepped. So the 1 penny I'm talking about, it's not something that we would add to the debt rate this year. Hopefully not even the next year. Okay, but anyway, we do see the need for that single penny. Just to remind you, so with our new overall tax rate of $1.13, you can see how we compare to the other districts around us. So, I'll point out, a couple of our favorites. So Lamar, they kept their overall rate the same. They had some tax rate compression, but they increased their debt rate, so they're still at $1.24. And so they're instead of being 3 pennies higher than us, now they're 11 pennies higher than us. And then I think Katy is at $1.30. So they're 17 pennies higher than us. It used to be 14 pennies higher than us. So you can see how that lines out. But we do look good from an overall tax rate perspective. And then this is something I sent out yesterday. This shows how, and there's been a lot of bonds since 2020, and so I could show you slides and slides of this, of all the bonds, but I said, well, let's just pick the ones that were $1 billion or more. And so you look at this list of, I think nine districts, including Denton, and they have called their bond for $1.4 billion. But you can see the names of these districts, the dates of their elections, and then the election amount. And then so it's like, well, let's look at this on a per ADA basis. So you can see how all that shakes out. With an overall, the average of all those districts is over 38,000, okay, per ADA for their elections. And our bond, if it was, with the recommendation that, we have initially at the 1.214, with our ADA, so to make sure this is apples to apples, is just under 16,000. So when I look at this and I think about, how we've held back on the priority ones over the years, this is, 1.2 is a big number, okay? It's a lot of money. I get it. It's a lot of money. But when you compare it to the other districts and you think about us being the 6th largest district in the state, this is an austere bond. I can look somebody in the eye and say, this is an austere bond. And how would I do that? I would have this with me. I would say, here, because look at how much this is per ADA. This is an austere bond. Now, but if we need to go lower, there are things that we can talk about. And so we'll shift gears and go that way now. So if we go, some of the things to think about, and there's we're going to get into some scenarios, and there's a Word document that's in your handouts here. But I'm summarizing things on the slides. So if we go as recommended, we think we really need a strong focus on our building deficiencies because we need to get in proactive mode. Okay, we need to be proactive and not reactive, which is the way we've been. We still feel like we're going to be able to address growth with the new builds in the renovation of Ferndale, and you got middle school 16, and then you got the other elementary in Harvest Green. And so that'll help us avoid things like, cap and overflow at the middle school and elementary level, moving portables. And then also, if we don't have these schools timely, I do think that could impact our overall enrollment numbers and potentially have losses of charters and then other choices. We've talked about inflation risk a lot whenever we're talking about the network and all a couple meetings ago, but there's definitely inflation risk on construction. And then, and also, if you do have the larger bond, you are able to have more investments in each feeder pattern and more at each campus, so it gives something for people to rally around. The only campuses that wouldn't have, some numbers, and you can see what those are, would be the new campuses. We're able to focus our general fund money on the mission. If we're not funding enough on the priority ones, then we can put ourselves in a position where, to keep things going, we may have to use general fund money. We're trying to avoid that. And then also, we do believe that the majority of the funds can be committed before the next bond. So just like we're asking for a bond now, people say, well, what happened to the last one? And we say, okay, yes, we have 33 that's uncommitted, and there's still some unspent, but we know exactly where they are. You saw the list of everything unspent and exactly what it's earmarked for. And we think we can be in that situation again next time. It'll be a lot harder if we have to do something sooner, and we do believe we need to go something sooner. So the ways to get the number down is to not build the new schools. Okay, so that's one of the options. We could have cap and overflow situations I mentioned. We definitely see us moving portables to Neal to help with the Harvest Green area. Again, I think we'd have student loss. We do think that we would need to come back to the board in 2025 to address those new schools. And then we would have less projects in the feeder patterns for people to rally around from a voting perspective. Okay, and then the other way. Now, even if you just do reduce the new schools and just cut those out, we'll still have to hit the priority ones. If we only did it based on reducing the building deficiencies, well, this keeps us in reactive mode. We're going to have more risk on inflation and lead times. We're going to have less campus investments for folks to rally around with regard to whether or not they're willing to support the bond. We risk having some projects because we know everything's been identified, but if we prioritize some over the others, but then this isn't done, this isn't allocated in the campus, or if we take something away from some of these campuses because we can't do all 615 million, then some of the ones that we excluded, well, those might be the ones that flare up, and so there's a risk of that. And then on the general fund side, if we have to keep things going, the operating funds can't be used to address they would have to be used to address deficiencies, which would limit compensation. It could increase turnover and increase the vacancies. And then again, we do feel like we would need to do a bond again in 2025. So again, our calendar, you can see we're going to be bringing the final recommendation after we get some feedback from y'all tonight on the 13th with Election Day on the 6th. So I gave you this handout here. You got it? So take a look at this handout. So let me walk you through this. Okay, do you have it? It's in your stack. Okay, it's an Excel sheet. All right. So you can see the descriptions are all the same as what you're used to seeing. Column A is the current one we walked you through with an estimated total of 1214. And I apologize it didn't get printed in one page. The second page is the same number all the way across. That's Proposition B. It's the 52 million for IT. That doesn't change in any of the scenarios. So that's just the same. You could focus just on this main page. So scenario A, that's the current scenario. Scenarios B and C. All right. What you have is that this is what brings the total amount of the bond less than $1 billion. If we said our goal is to bring the total amount of this bond less than $1 billion, this is what we would propose. There's a couple ways you could look at it. You could take out the new schools. We're leaving it Ferndale Henry because that's more of a renovation, but you could take out the middle school 16, elementary 55 in the Northwest, and then in order to get it below, we would have to bring down the deficiencies from 615 million down to 525. Okay. Then the next one, if we kept the new schools and only reduced the deficiencies, we would decrease the deficiencies from 615 down to 397. All right. Now the next two scenarios are exactly the same, except this is a little bit better overall from the perspective of, hey, well, our goal is to just reduce the overall amount for Proposition 1. We want Proposition 1, instead of it being in the original 1.16 billion, this would get Proposition 1 down below $1 billion. All right. The last column is the current recommendation plus the transportation facility. Okay, that was one of the things that that we'd spoken about. And then the all-in, if you did the natatorium and the transportation facility, that's column G. All right, so there's a lot of stuff we just talked about. And Carolyn, Lena, and I will be happy to take any questions you have.
Well, those are some big numbers, and thank you for the presentation and for all this additional information. Yeah, it's helpful. And I also want to thank you for being open to meeting on Thursday, and I want to make sure the board really understands that we're going to take a deep dive into the facilities condition index and as far as the life cycle deficiencies and focus on that, and that PBK will be there as well to walk us through and answer any questions that we have so that we are comfortable, confident, and get full understanding. So just a heads up on that in case any of you were concerned with that. But we're going to move on and open up the floor for discussion on this, and we'll start with you, Mr. Hamilton.
All right. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Bassett and Mrs. Fuzetti, for that presentation, helpful information. So I think it's helpful to point out something. So I had a conversation with a past board president, and so it kind of tapped into my experience with some very large projects in the oil and gas industry. So I don't want to bore anybody with trying to explain things like the time value of money or the opportunity costs. But I think it's easier to do that without putting everybody to sleep by sharing the story that happened. So when he first got on the board, he said that from an effort to be fiscally conservative, he put a stop to building a new elementary school. And then when they had to build the elementary school a couple years later, the costs went up by $4 million. And so I think that's just a helpful story to keep in mind. And sometimes just because you may save the money today doesn't mean you save the money in the long run. And so I think that's where we're at with this bond. Just from going through this since I've been on the board, I think there's definitely a need for a bond. We have some major pressing issues that definitely need to happen, and so I was just kind of going through the numbers and looking at the way that the bond would be dispersed throughout the district, and I think we're doing a good job of making sure that we are fairly balancing the money across the district. So obviously, rebuilding a new high school means that Clemens is getting a huge chunk of the bond money, but that's just the nature of needing to build a new high school. And then one thing that jumped out at me also is just as you go up in level of school, the dollar values go up. So the bigger costs are typically associated with the high schools and then the middle schools, and then less so with the elementary schools. And so one factor with looking at the dollar amounts by feeder pattern, the feeder patterns with more middle schools, and another factor is obviously the age of the campus. But I appreciate that you gave us this breakdown by campus and feeder pattern. That's really helpful. So thanks again for all the info.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Dr. Gilliam? Oh, okay, Ms. Hannon?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fizzetti and Mr. Bassett, for the information. So I don't want the answer tonight, but I do appreciate that we're having the workshop on Thursday. But on the slide that it was blue, it was maybe slide 16, and it had some information about the deficiencies from the 2014-18 and then where we are today. I'm sorry, 16. I put
This,
two numbers.
so
My book has,
22?
yes, that.
This slide?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you so much. So on Thursday, if maybe we could just spend a little bit of time here on this slide and talk about the life cycle deficiencies, for instance, of 2018, where we only asked for the 397 million, and then we had unfunded. So what I would like to understand better on Thursday is the unfunded piece, right? And where, were they priority twos? Were some of those priority ones? And are we making sure we're capturing those in the deficiency, the 615 million? Are you following me, Mr.
Yes, I'm
Bassett?
following you. So actually, all of we haven't gotten into the priority twos in any of this.
Okay.
These are all priority one numbers.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
In some of the other information we gave you in terms of the rebuilds, we've given you some priority twos because that just goes into our thinking as to why would we do a rebuild. Okay, because if we don't do a rebuild, then we will get to those priority twos, and by the time we get to them, they might even be more expensive than what's listed. But that 397 million for 2018 and the 160 for 2014, those were all priority ones at the time. Okay.
so you took care of all priority ones in 2000? No.
We did not take care of all. That was
Okay.
the only ones that were funded. The
Okay.
amount that was needed, the priority ones that were needed was a lot higher than that number.
Okay. So I guess that is what I'm trying to understand in terms of the deficiencies on this.
Mm-hmm.
So if we ask for 397, is that what we asked for in the 2018 bond?
That's what was funded in the priority ones.
It was
More
funded in the bond.
A lot more was listed out for 2021. We gave out a list of these are the priority ones that'll be funded in 2018, and these are the priority ones that'll be funded in 2021.
Okay.
And that
So-
number was
So
probably equivalent to that.
I really don't
it's
mean
going
to
up.
beat a dead horse, but I
That's
just
okay.
want to understand the 727 unfunded, how much of that was actually life cycle and deficiency that didn't get funded? Are you following me? That number?
I follow you.
Like if there's a percentage of that, so that I can better understand how much of this new total is carryover from what we didn't fund for the deficiencies.
Is it true that
in
all
the
of that's
previous
priority one
bond.
that was left on the table?
It was about 650 million.
Yeah, so about out of that 727, about 650 million of that was priority ones that were left unfunded.
Okay, so the majority of that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I may bring that up
so
again.
I'll be frank. The way that the 2014 and 2018 was prioritized, the buildings for growth, the major projects, those were placed in priority above the priority one, above the deficiencies. There was just no doubt about it. When you talk about 2014, especially, there was a lot of growth that happened during, we went down in enrollment after the Great Recession, but after that, it ramped up big time. And so the focus in 2014 was on new schools. And you can tell that's why only 160 million got allocated to the priority one. So that was the focus. And so then and then there was more of that in 2018, still had a lot of growth. And so the priority ones, the building efficiencies have always been looked at kind of secondary. So that's why we've been trying to catch up.
Okay, and then Ms. Fuzzetti, did you just say how much in 2018 for deficiencies was unfunded?
Yes, I don't have the exact number.
Okay,
but it was about 650 million.
615 million, which is where we're sitting and what we're asking for now, correct?
So
And so I think she said 615.
650.
650.
650,
So 650 million was unfunded in 2018. So in the potential bond that we're asking for in 2023, we're actually asking for less than we didn't fund in 2018. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct. So
And so
Correct.
I can't imagine that the window of deficiencies has widened. Would that be accurate? And so we're going to continue to unfund deficiencies.
That's
Okay.
yes, yes,
And
ma'am.
I really want to
the original
understand
amount,
this.
the original rationale for this proposal being 1.2 is because before we lost the PSF guarantee, and you look at some of the other factors, we felt like we could be able to do a bond at $1.2 billion without an overall tax rate increase. The needs are more than $1.2 billion.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're still trying to cover
We're still trying to catch
from
up on those.
2018. And then I have I have actually many questions, but I'll ask some of them on Thursday. But I do want to ask this question, and you can answer it Thursday. So 2 weeks ago in the paper, there was an article about it was Conroe ISD, I believe, and did you read it?
No, I mean, I've heard that they're going to be looking for a $3 billion bond.
Yes, but as part of their budget, it said $50 million per year for maintenance and operations for like deficiency type things. And
Okay.
when I read that, it made me curious. And I know I've approved the budget the last 2 years, and they've done that because of bond not getting to cover everything they need to cover. And so my question that we can maybe address Thursday would be, what does that look like in our budget? Are we funding any deficiencies through our M&O, or are all of our deficiencies funded through bond funds?
And
Does that question make sense to anyone?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And so the short answer to that is it's a combination of both. When there's available bond fundings, or bond funds available, we make every effort for large type of facility deficiencies to be addressed through the bond. But if it's an emergency type item, there are some cases where a chiller or some of those other smaller type items may be funded out of our facilities maintenance budget. I don't know that we could necessarily quantify that. One area that we could put our finger on, though, is each year prior to last year, as we brought forward at year-end utilization of something that we called our not life cycle deficiency, I just lost the name of that word completely. Basically, we set aside funds to address facility deficiencies.
Designated fund balance?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And so we would bring forward an amendment at year-end utilizing those funds to address some of those deficiencies, typically in the range of about $650,000 to $1 million, depending on the year. And so the short answer to your question is yes, there are cases where our general fund is absorbing the cost of life cycle deficiencies because we can't fully fund it out of the bond.
Okay. So anyway, I just thought that was interesting how they are explicitly including that in their bond to deal with some of the gaps that their bonds aren't covering. So thank you. I'll yield the floor. Even though I've got lots of questions, I'll save them till Thursday.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Dr. Gilliam?
Yes, and I'm tapping on to what Ms. Hannon has already shared. That was something that I have a lot of questions about. First of all, how much have we spent for past repairs just on Blue Ridge and Briargate alone? Any idea? Or can we get that number?
We can certainly get that to you.
Because of the redos. I think of Clements and the rebuild that we did way back, I think it was with Tropical Storm Alicia. Am I correct? Okay.
That's when the school opened and was delayed because of Alicia, but then there was a rebuild. I don't know the year, but a wing was added, a science wing, I believe, and I'm not sure the year.
Okay, and I guess then the next, because I'm thinking of Clements and I'm thinking of all of the different things that we've done from Willow Ridge to Clements to Dulles, and not necessarily a rebuild, just renovation and repairs. I would love to see the number through the years so I'm all over the place right now. Do we ever catch up from the deficiencies?
No, we haven't. I think you can feel like we've caught up if we start getting into the priority twos, okay? Because then those, that puts us in a situation where we can definitely be more proactive and rely on more of a preventative maintenance program, okay, which does save money in the long run, but it takes a lot of upfront investment. So, until we really are able to knock out all the priority ones, I would say we're not caught up.
Okay, another question that came to my mind is, in my mind, I said, why did we lowball the amount of the bond?
Well, I can tell you just what I think from my perspective, being involved in the bond oversight committees, both times. I think the sentiment with the turnover in administration and all, and working with the Economic Development Council and others, that were, that they just felt like we wouldn't be able to pass a bond. We didn't do a survey, but they just felt like we wouldn't be able to pass a bond if we had it over $500 million. And then there were the same sentiments in 2018. Well, we're not going to, we don't want to go over $1 billion, even though we have more needs. We won't. We'll just keep it under $1 billion. So it was just more political considerations and what they felt like was feasible numbers. But we didn't do surveys in either year.
Okay, so I guess I'm wondering why there wasn't a survey rather than just going into. And don't get me wrong, $1 billion is a lot. And I would love to see it underneath $1 billion.
Sure.
But I'm wondering, as far as what is it that we need, so I know we assessed what it is that we need, but here's everything, here's what it would cost, so that we could be more intentional on what it is that we actually need and the money that we need. So that as time goes on, I know that part of this is in here. I know that we're looking at it and we have what happened in 14, what happened in 18, and money that's left over. I guess where I'm getting to is after each bond, is there an assessment? Is there how does that look to where we are coming to this point now? And we have all of this stuff that needs to happen.
Yeah.
And it seems like we're not prepared for it. If the bond doesn't pass, then we have issues. Am I making myself clear?
I think you said a lot, but let me try to respond this way. Then
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let me. So, there is the process we go through working with an architecture firm. We have somebody from the architecture firm, we have somebody from facilities and maintenance, and then we have somebody from design and construction. We have 3 people, 2 from inside, 1 from the outside, looking at every building, documenting all the deficiencies, and that's happened as a lead up to every one of the bonds that we've done. And so the most recent one, was finalized. I think those numbers were finalized in November of 2021, I guess, or 2022. Okay, and so that's part of some of the information that's going to be shared and discussed on Thursday. The last number I saw on that for all of the priority ones was about $1.03 billion. Okay, it was about $1.33 billion, so $1.30 billion. And so you can see we're suggesting 615. So that would tell me just some quick math. That we're not including $415 million of identified priority 1 projects. Okay, so we're leaving that on the table for the next bond. Now, of course, we have 100 facilities. These numbers literally could change every day, just like enrollment changes every day, just like property values throughout the district change every day. The conditions of the building changes every day with the humidity and the rain and all the kinds of things we have. Just the building use, we have high usage in these buildings, and so in a way, the priority ones really are a moving target. Okay, and so but as of that time, we're talking about $415 million of priority ones not being included in this bond. Does that help? Is that what you're getting at?
It helps, and I think where it is I would take the layperson, me, that the way that I would like to see the way that it goes out to the community and how we release the information, how we explain the information, is really seeing some numbers of past expenditures. When we see charts, and I can read the chart, and there are different things that I can go and find, but where I would like to see a number, which I'm sure is in the billions of dollars, where in the past from this year, this is how much we had to pay for repairs and that type of, those numbers, so that we can understand where all this money goes. Because when we hear this, when I hear it, okay, I understand it, but then I'm thinking of other, in the past, all of the different things that we have had to do for schools, and just how expensive it was to renovate many of our schools. So that's where I'm going with, how can we make this to be more palatable for our community, and so that trust can be formed with our community, with our parents, with our stakeholders, that it's not just here's a number, but this number is actually real. This is what we've done.
Right.
This is how we repair. This is where the money is going.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'd like to, Ms. Malone, I'd like to clarify, Steve. You mentioned the facilities assessment and how that was done. We had a team of over 40 people performing that facilities assessment. And so the team is composed of architects and engineers. So we bring structural engineers and civil engineers, and we bring roofing consultants and kitchen consultants and sports consultants. And so it is a very large team that walks each and every facility, and the subject matter experts for that particular component provide the pricing and the feedback and the input to certain components. So engineers are focused on how the behind the scenes and air conditioning, and civil engineers are focused on the foundations and drainage. And so every subject matter expert focuses on their component. Once we identify all the items, we identified $1 billion on priority one. We then sit down, because we know we cannot afford $1 billion in life cycle deficiencies. And we get feedback from each and every department, from fine arts and from athletics and from facilities. And everyone gets an opportunity to review the data and highlight those things that, regardless, have to be pushed to the front of the line. And so we do go through a prioritization process in-house once the data has been collected, because we know that $1 billion in priority one is not, it's too much. We still have to cut it down, and that's the process we go through.
Yeah.
And I thank you. That's a whole different way of hearing that, with 40 people out, to know that we're actually out there really doing and seeing what is going on and what we need. Thank you.
I'd also just like to clarify, as we're looking ahead and the mapping of where we're headed, and you can see this pattern in never really quite catching up. As we've analyzed the demographer's report, think back to this particular bond has 2 new schools, a middle school that's actually kind of been talked about for quite some time, and the demographer saying you absolutely are going to need this, and then one in the north where they're saying you're going to need this. But if you think future years, there's not a lot more new schools that we're going to need. Maybe another one in Siena, according to the demographer. Who knows, maybe a surprise somewhere. But for the most part, I think you're going to see a shift to where our bonds are going to be about rebuilding. And that's what you see in this one. 3 of the worst conditioned schools in the district being addressed in some form in terms of being rebuilt. And I think that's what you'll see. And hopefully as that takes place, that takes old campuses off with a lot of deficiencies off the list, and everything begins to get in better condition as we move forward. So I just wanted to bring that up, because I'm looking way ahead, and I'm seeing, a bond or 2 away. I think we will see that shift away from new and more into rebuilding what we already have and getting it up to par with new campuses.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Bassett. My question is, why are we rebuilding Mission Glen? And it appears to be fairly new, 1981. I want to state that I've seen that it was built in 1981. What exactly is the condition of that school that you feel we need to rebuild it?
Mission Bend? Mission Bend, that's the one that's being recommended. Is that the one you said?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay, Mission Bend. Do you want to talk about Mission Bend? Or I can get back to that slide. You want me to get back to that slide?
That's fine.
Yeah.
So Mission Bend is about 41 years old.
Yeah, there we go. There's some pictures of it. And then
We look at different components in a building, but we not only look at life cycle deficiencies, we also look at at enrollment and utilization of that campus, location of the campus, and we put all those components together. And so an FCI, or Facility Condition Index, will not be the only driver to make decisions for recommendations on rebuild. This campus in particular has several deficiencies on the architectural side of the house. And so a good example would be the gym. If we could end up with a space that's 1,500 square feet, and that's what the kids are utilizing today, when all our new schools and new campuses receive 6,000 square feet for a gym. And so if you put those items into perspective, you realize that there's no equity in many of these spaces across the board. And so once we identify several deficiencies, it's not only the condition of course, your roof, your foundation, your windows. You're also looking at equity, the space, and how that space presents itself for students and in comparison with the new campuses. And so when we look at educational adequacy, we'll look at those deficiencies like the size of a gym, the size of the classrooms. Do they have collaboration spaces and playgrounds like the other campuses? And all that plays a role into making those recommendations to determine whether you continue to put money into maintenance or if you recommend the rebuild.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, this particular campus is not dealing with anything where the foundation is bad. We're basically dealing with, we want bigger space, correct? Or we want a bigger house?
Not necessarily. So that is just, we look at several different components. The deficiencies are one component. The inadequacy is another component. And so the deficiencies, and I'd have to go back into the list of the details. It needs a new roof. It needs new windows. It has shifts. It needs walls replaced. It needs new furniture. It needs new playground.
Okay, so that's what I'm getting at. Just as the school may need the foundation to be stabilized, it may need new paint, may need new windows, so does the surrounding houses in that particular subdivision. That subdivision has aged. What I'm seeing is that this is more of a want instead of a need. And when we're just adding schools, just because it may have a 1,500 size gym, I mean, I just think that that's something that we want. We don't need that. And I'm considering the same thing for the other schools you're speaking of rebuilding. It's one thing if the schools are like, the foundation is bad, the plumbing is bad, we have those type of issues, then I can understand that it's time to rebuild. Right now we're talking about cosmetics. And I'm just not following where this school is in such disrepair that it needs to be rebuilt like now. And you're saying
I think it may help you also, perhaps when Dr. Mensah and his team talk about consolidation, because it was a multi-pronged factor, and the condition of the building, the condition of Mission Glen, in this case with Mission Bend, the extremely low enrollment at Mission Glen, knowing that both of those could easily be combined into a newer facility. That all plays in, and they're going to really outline that for you, so that may be helpful as well.
Yeah, that's in the next presentation.
It's connected, and it's in the next presentation.
Because that's how we decided. It helped us decide what we were looking at in terms of rebuilds and consolidations.
Exactly, and I hear you. And that's what I'm trying to get pulled out of you. It's basically we're dealing with low enrollment. It's not so much of the condition of the school. If we do not have enough students in attendance, that's one thing. Consolidate the schools, and I get it. That's on number two. But since we're speaking of the bond, I'm wondering, I'm dealing with that aspect of it. If you're saying one aspect is because the school is in disrepair, then I want to talk about that. Is it or is it not in disrepair?
Oh, it's in disrepair. I mean, there's a number of items that you can see on this list, and you can see what the cost would be to get those up to stuff. It's definitely more than cosmetic.
It's okay. So I've seen that list. So
Okay.
I hear you on that. So you're saying it's a two-pronged issue. We have to deal with the number of students enrolled in the campus, and then we're going to deal with the cosmetics of the campus.
Yeah. So so moving ahead a little bit to the presentation. Correct me if I'm wrong, Quavin, but it's the condition of the buildings. It's the utilization. We're talking about the acreage of the site so that they can handle the same footprint of some of our new campuses, okay? And then also proximity to charters, that plays a role into it, because we are in a business where we're fighting for schools, for kids, to have try to bring some of these kids back that we've lost to charters. So all of that goes into the decision making that goes into the recommendation we have. But the condition of the building is certainly a consideration, and the FCI for Mission Bend is poor. I mean, it is up there. It's not the highest. It's not the highest, but it is a building that has
Slide 6
issues.
and 7, if someone wants to put that up there. That may have been before Ms. Williams joined us, but slide 6 and 7 show that. Is that what that is there? Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, 6 and 7. Okay, so that's those are Briargate. 6 and 7 are the Briargate ones. Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, but she was asking about Mission Glen in particular, though.
Well, it's both of them.
Oh, okay.
And that's what I'm just trying to grasp, because when we first started speaking about the bond, I was all for it. We had a meeting here. I was told that the board is going to get together and we're going to decide what we want the bond to be about. Lo and behold, I attended the meeting next week, and we're doing Clements, Briargate, and Blue Ridge. I can say I had no role in even asking for a bond to do this. I have yet to attend a meeting where we're discussing a bond, and I didn't attend the one that I was scheduled on Friday because I didn't like the idea that we were meeting in twos instead of doing it right here on the desk where the public can, really hear the conversation and we can get the feedback, going. So I want to get the conversation going. As my fellow trustee, Mr. Hamilton, stated, he's for the bond. As of today, I'm against the bond. But I want to hear you, and I want to understand it so I can, support it if it's a good cause. I just want the public to get the information.
Sure.
I want to receive the information. I want to understand the information. And then collectively, I want to help promote it if I feel like it's in the best interest of the community.
Yeah, so Dr. Mensah will be going more in depth on the consolidations and the rebuilds here in a bit.
Thank you.
Sounds great.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. And Ms. Williams, that's why I think I'm on the same page with wanting that collaboration. And that's why on Thursday, I hope you can join us. It will be an open meeting where we are going to take more of a deep dive together on some of these things, and those could be some of those as well.
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Garcia, please.
Thank you, Madam President. So I appreciate the some clarity around the walkthroughs when we're doing the facilities condition index. Remember last month we talked about that's something that we do every 4 years, correct? And it's tons of people. It's your AC, HVAC, it's structural engineers, your architects. And originally in my head as I'm thinking through this is when you're building a home and you have to get an inspection done in your house, you typically don't bring in the inspector for the home builder, you bring in an outside inspector. So there's a lot of moving parts when I hear 40 different individuals are coming in and looking at all our facilities. So are we talking about folks that we're bringing in that are outside inspectors, or they are already doing work for us, or have they done work for us previously, I would imagine? And just sort of getting an idea how that works. I'm trying to figure out how when we look at a bond of $1.2 billion and we go through and we take this list from these 40 subject matter experts, how are we actually determining costs? So one of the things that y'all provided last month was that full list of all the schools and everything that every school needed. It was actually really, really insightful. It was really good information. One thing it didn't have is how much each item approximately was for. So in my mind it's hard for me to quantify at one point. And I see all the high level. I don't know what level of detail we go with the bond oversight committee when we're talking about a 1.2 or a 1.1 or a $1 billion bond. So I know that a lot of what we do around that, there's a large voice from that bond oversight committee. So I'm I can look at the high level stuff all day long. I think some of the finite details is that's probably a good part of the conversation for Thursday to ask. I'm not asking you to answer those questions now, but just kind of what I'm thinking, and for us that want to go dig into those details. And when we're looking at schools that are $47 million to build an elementary school, which maybe some schools that we've built in the past aren't that expensive, but maybe that's all based on who's building it, what it looks like, the design, fancy arches or extravagant stairwells, or probably costs a lot more than something that's a little bit more. So I think we need to think in terms of a conservative approach to how we're building the schools. If our ed specs are done by our architects that typically build more expensive schools, then the schools are going to be more expensive when we throw them up on the bonds. So, and I don't know the answer to those questions. I'm just sort of throwing that out there. And some of the things I'll try to attend that meeting Thursday. Another question I had about the commercial paper program. It said it was about $22 million we've saved last year.
No, since the inception of the program.
Since its inception, and the program started, was it in, when did it start?
2014, with the 2014 bond, but it went into effect for 2016, I believe.
Yeah, we didn't do it right when the bond passed, but it was shortly thereafter that we implemented it.
Okay. And then my last comment, and I talked a little bit about this last month, was around the bond management. And y'all sent me some information about how much we're paying our consultants for the bond management portion and how much we're paying our internal employees. And I think that's, looking at those numbers, I think that's a really good opportunity to also, because I had done talked to a lot of people, and I've done some research, and I know that Katy manages their, and I like to compare ourselves more to Katy than I do to Lamar, because we're twice the size. We actually have, I think, more facilities than Katy in general in terms of the number of schools, high schools. So I think they manage all their bond completely in-house, and I know that we don't, but I think there's probably an opportunity there, and it's not going to save us a few $100 million off of our bond to get us down to right at $1 billion. But I think there's some opportunities there that we should be exploring as far as more internal management of that bond management. So, and those are just comments. I'll have some additional questions again, so for Thursday, but I'll defer the rest of my time. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for yielding your time, Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President, and I really appreciate the presentation today. I think it clarified a lot of questions I had. So I just want to, first I want to state the reasons I've been asking a lot of questions. I think as a board, one of the board member, I think one of our responsibility is to be a steward for the taxpayers' money. So to be honest, I really think we really need this bond. And we really need to pass this bond. And in order to do that, in my mind, at least before today, when Steve, present first of all, maybe I should ask this question. I always feel there's a correlation between the amount of the bond and the passing rate, right? So I figure, for example, if you presented a bond to a taxpayer, to a voter, a huge amount, I feel we're risking not to pass it. So that's my impression. So I do understand we did a survey and we have a consultant. So can you elaborate on that, please?
Well, we shared the results, during those meetings, and the findings, with the 1.2, and it was asked before they discussed everything and gave information on what was included in the bond, and then they asked afterwards, and even before information was given, before information on how much it would cost, I think it was like 54% that had a favorable view of it. Then after they were educated on it, and then even with, I think it was pretty similar, and I have the notes in front of me, with if it was at 1 penny or with no tax rate increase, then I think you were into the high 60s. Okay, I think if memory serves. I don't know. I don't have that in front of me exactly, but anyway, but it was much higher than the 54%, and so we're very optimistic we could pass the 1.2 if we really work hard on getting the message out. okay? Because that's really the issue. The other issue that from the survey that we learned that does cause a lot of confusion is the ballot language, okay? Because it says, I mean, and you'll see the ballot. That's one of the things that's in your board documents. It does say, after it lists everything in the Proposition A or Proposition B, it says this is a property tax increase, okay? And so whenever you tell people that, well, we think we can do it without the tax rate going up because we're going to have compression on the M&O side. First of all, you say compression, you just lose them right away because they don't know what that means. But if you say that there's not going to be an increase in the tax rate, they're confused. They don't believe you. Okay, and so that's why we tested. Hey, if it was we didn't even say 1 penny. We said if it was $2.50 on a $300,000 home, that's what the impact could be, and that was still received well.
So actually, Steve, I hate to bring back the question. So my question actually, if you can give me a yes and no answer. So I'm just wondering,
sure.
So basically based on your long explanation, based on the survey or the consultant and your experience, so there is not necessarily the correlation between a larger number of bonds and the passing possibility. So
I agree that there's a correlation, absolutely.
Okay. So basically that's really the reason I think we've been asking if we can lower the amount.
Exactly. And we understand that, and that's why we brought some scenarios forward to you. But we have to understand that there's some stuff that would need to come out, and there's issues when we bring some stuff out. But that's all.
Yes. Okay. So I mean, it's great. We're on the same page here. So, so next, the thing to follow up on that for the amount, right? So there is the things that you put out there saying, okay, we don't build the new schools or we don't. But there's another possibility is the estimate of the cost. For example, I appreciate Carolina walk us through the process. But I can only compare with residential, like real estate business. Like when you do something, normally you don't only get one estimate, right? So you do get two estimate. At least you can compare and see if which one is more reasonable. The reason I'm asking, again, go back to as a board and also as the amount. So I feel at the very beginning, since we start discussing this bond, I think I expressed my concern. I want this to be conservative. By conservative, it really means amount. Can we use this money very efficient? Is that can we show the taxpayers we are being responsible and a good steward for their taxpayer money? I think that's really the key. So up to today, I'm getting a lot of information. Thank you to all of you for your understanding. But I think maybe Thursday when we have the workshop, we can help us more. But I just want to clarify that's where I am right now. I'm trying to get there. So I think the last one you can help me. So for the timeline, when we rebuild the 3 schools, right? So do we have a timeline when, if the bond is passed, do we have a timeline when are we going to start? I know, Clemens, you said 4 years. Do we have timeline for other 2 schools?
We would, you'll learn more about the planning from the consolidation perspective, but we would hope to have the 2 elementaries open in August of 25.
25. How about Clemens, if the bond passes?
Clemens is a 4 or 5 year thing. Yeah, 4 or 5 year project to be completely done. It's going to take that long.
But the construction will start right away, or?
We will need about a year of design. So the moment the bond passes, we start design. We hire an architect and we start the design process. The design of a new high school takes about a year. We could cut a couple months if we're using high school 12 as a starting point, but we still have to work on the phasing plans, on how to phase students, on how to break down the phases of the project. And so you could give it a year of design time before you can start construction. Okay, so if I remember correctly, actually I asked that question before, I think when Mr. Price was still here. I remember when the reason I asked that question was building the field house for Clements when we approved the budget. And then, so I was told we already have the design for Clements, and then we know exactly where we're going to build the field house. That's how we proceed with that approval. So that's the impression I was under. Like we already have everything in place.
So what we have is a master plan. So there's a difference between the detailed design of the building and a master plan. So what we developed was a master plan to make sure that we could actually build a new campus within the occupied campus. So we develop how the new project will look like at a high level. So it is very much developed with volumes of spaces. You don't have the detailed design. You just have a high-level master plan that will show you how the site will look like when it's all said and done. And so we needed a master plan to be able to identify the right location for the field house because the field house was moving ahead of time. And so the master plan truly shows us the area where the main building is going to be, where the fields are going to be located, but the detailed design of that campus does not exist.
Okay, thank you for that, because I was under the impression we are using a current, because I also was told if we're using the current design, it somehow save us some money.
That is correct. When you use a design that's already been developed, so like High School 12, all the programming has already been done. All the determination of the size of spaces, where they go, how they look like, how they flow, it's already been done. But you still have to do work because you have to redesign the foundation to make sure that you put the foundation for the new site so that it matches the soil requirements for that new site. So there is definitely some redesign that has to be done of an existing building that you already have, but it's much cheaper because you're already using what was previously designed.
Okay. Thank you for that. Maybe we can, dig in more on Thursday if we have more questions. But thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Day.
Can I mention just one thing, in terms of the getting to your question about, I guess, the estimates. So you could look at all of these estimates or whatever else. There's a process, and you'll certainly learn more about it on Thursday. We'll have architects involved in terms of how the numbers are come up with. But there's one thing that you'll see that has happened to a number of districts over the years is that they've looked at the numbers and they underestimated. And so a number of districts have had to go out for a second bond to finish the projects that they've already told their constituents about. And so I would just caution the board in that regard, because there's a lot of districts that has happened to. I'm not saying every district by any means. I'm not saying that at all. But there's many districts that were wary of the estimates or whatever else, and they reduced numbers, and then they weren't able to deliver their projects. And so that's just happened. So I haven't listed that as a risk. But if let's just say if we said, well, hey, all of these estimates, you guys need to reduce them by 10%. We can certainly reduce them by 10%. We can follow those directions, and we can say, but that may be okay. That'd probably be okay for some of them, but maybe not for all of them. And so that's just something that we need to consider.
Thank you for that, but I don't think that's not my attention to tell.
Okay.
Like we have to reduce by certain percent. But at the same time, I just feel when we present the bond, the amount to the taxpayers, we have to cover our bases, right? To present a very solid reasoning behind it. Mm-hmm. So if that's the way we can present it, I think we can have better chance to pass the bond. That's where I am right
yes,
now.
Ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Day. Mrs. Williams, do you have additional comments?
Real questions. I've looked at the past data that we received. I want to state this was at our last board meeting. I'm looking at the long range map they gave us. Can you turn on your mic? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I looked at the PASA data. The PASA data for the Mission Glen School, long-range planning, stated that those schools are going to be operating with less than 50% capacity. The same thing applies to that entire Willow Ridge fee pattern. And the reason why I'm questioning what you guys are doing here is because last month we came to the conclusion that those areas were not going to attract students because everything over there was aging. So it didn't make sense to go build $50 million schools in an area that you're going to see less students in. So when we speak about this further on Thursday, I just want to understand that the data we was given last month does not reconcile, does not help me understand why would you go invest $100 million in two areas that we're not going to be able to attract students to attend.
Well, I think some of the data you're missing is how many students from that area, especially the Mission area, we've lost to charters. I mean, it's hundreds and hundreds of students. Overall, as a district, we've lost over 5,000. I don't know the most recent number. And so we do believe that if we're able to put in a school that matches some of our best schools, you know, throughout the district, some of the new things we've built since 2014, 2018, we do believe we'd be able to bring them back because we know our academic data is better. We know our teachers are more experienced. And so that's what we're trying to do is also bring these kids back in.
Respectfully, you can have the prettiest building. If you're not educating those kids, I'm quite certain these parents would much rather have their kids attend school in a hut than to be willfully miseducated as they have been for decades in that Willow Ridge feeder pattern. And I mean that with all due respect. I don't care what you build. I don't care how much money you spend. It's not about the money. Something simple called care, and it costs you $0 to put that in our classrooms. So again, that big shiny building, it's not what those kids need. They need a free and appropriate public education. And Fort Bend ISD has not provided that to these East End students for 30 years. So we need to start working on that before we start going to the community, you know, promising them shiny buildings and big cars. That's how they attract us. We're going to give you a shiny chain, a shiny car, and while we got them. But you're not giving us the basics. You're not teaching us how to keep the credit good, how to maintain the household. You're selling shiny things. And what I want you guys to think about when you come to me again with this or on Thursday, make it make sense. Make it make sense, and I can help you help them. But when it does not make sense, I can't help you help them.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. All right, everybody's got more questions. We'll go with you, Mr. Garcia.
Actually lost my question. You can come back to me.
All right, we'll move on to Dr. Gilliam, and if you get it back, let me know.
You sound like that's something I would say. Okay, cool. And I'm going to tap on to Ms. Williams, but I'm going to what Ms. Williams shared, but I'm going to kind of give just a different kind of look to it. Because I was already writing, and I'm thinking, I'm still going back to that preventive maintenance as opposed to deferred maintenance. How much is that? And with all due respect, I really get what Ms. Williams said, and I thought, I actually put build it and they will come. And I can just remember I was a resident, and this is my personal story. I was a resident of Ridgemont, and my children were zoned to Ridgemont and Blue Ridge or what have you, and when I saw Blue Ridge, I thought about the school and other schools in the district. And because I was an employee, I was able to transfer my children where I wanted them to go. And where I wanted them to go was a place that students were there, but at the same time that it was clean and I didn't have to worry about restrooms or what have you. And I think of Blue Ridge all the time. And in walking into Blue Ridge, and the kids are wonderful, the teachers are wonderful, but there are a lot of issues that are there that principals have to deal with each and every day. So when I know about cosmetics, I understand about it's about the classroom, it's about the people. But a nice, clean building with things that work. With now, we have a different image in our new schools. We have learning centers. We have learning pods. I can walk into a school and see where students they're not buried inside of a classroom. They can go out, and there are a lot of pictures, a lot of photos that we have seen that have those new learning areas, and they really do help. We need to get away from all of the rows of desks, and so we don't have those desks anymore. We have a desk and we have a chair so that we can, just like what we have out here, so that we can move and we can talk and we can group. So when we're looking at the rebuilds, I'm just thinking of, again, the attendance, knowing that, and then we have our new era of educators also, to where when they are leaving college and they have these pods and these learning centers and they go into an old type classroom, I shouldn't say old, I should say aged classroom. I'm very happy to hear new builds, rebuilds. I'm happy because to me that means clean and new, and we are losing a lot of students to some, I don't even want to mention the schools. So I have a tendency to believe it, build it, and they will come. And if that's going to increase our enrollment, because part of our issue on the east side is our enrollment is low, and there's strength in numbers, and we need to get our numbers back. And that's going to help our schools on the east end. It's going to help our mission schools also. So I would also like to know from preventative maintenance as opposed to deferred maintenance cost versus rebuild. I don't need that now. I'll send that. On how much money are we actually saving? I would like to, I think it would benefit all of us to see that. So it's in, well, I would like to see it like, I want something, I see this, but I want it to where I can understand it and compare it. And I'm sure that I can if I really, really study it. But can I get the Cliff Notes, please? Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Garcia, are you ready?
I got it back.
All right.
So $47 million to rebuild a new school. If we don't build the school, $22 or $20 million to fix it up. And if we don't pass the bond, then it's nothing because we don't have the money to fix it up. So then the school, the FCI of those buildings go even lower, correct? Or higher, I mean. So in my mind, I very much agree with Dr. Gilliam, build it and they will come. And there is strength in numbers, and being a teacher and that whole song and dance, that there's something good about nice, new, shiny. There's a new excitement around education and learning when you have access to some of these technology. Maybe the reason why kids and students are leaving charter schools because they think that big, new, beautiful, shiny is somewhere at another school. So they're leaving older, more rundown schools because they think the quality of education isn't there. Maybe it's not. But then if we have a lot of our, maybe our higher performing students at our lower conditioned schools are leaving to go to charter schools, but then we build a brand new school. We have all these new facilities, a new excitement, a new energy, new programs, new STEM, whatever. These are all Title I schools, so they have additional funds that's tied to those schools. Then I agree with Dr. Gilliam that will drive some of those students to come back. Now, if we take the one school, rebuild it, bring in another old school, close the old school, then we're saving money on that aspect, and I understand that. This isn't just about rebuilding a school. That's one aspect of it, which is a very, very important aspect for providing for our students the best opportunities, the best facilities. We don't want our students in poor conditioned facilities. We want all our students to have access to the best facilities, the best programs, the newest technology. And I think that I agree with that principle. I agree that as a district and as what the voters have said last year and what we've been trying to say for the better part of several years is we need to become more operationally efficient, and this is obviously one way to do it. It's $2 million just to operate an elementary school, $1.5 million just to operate an elementary school. So then you take that school that you just consolidated, and that's a $1.2 million you're saving every single year. So while we say we don't want our kids to go to school in a hut as long as we're educating them or whatever, I don't believe that for a second. I think that this is from being good stewards of the taxpayer dollar. I think it's prudent to look at ways that we can streamline operations. This is from a business perspective that makes the most sense, and then from a caring perspective it makes the most sense because you're giving those children and that community something brand new and something they could be proud of and cling to as a community itself. So, and then that's all. That's kind of what I wanted to just bring up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Hannon?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to just ask one question that I was going to save, but if on Thursday you could help us know what the Bond Oversight Committee does or has been doing for a potential bond. Have they met for this potential bond? So if you could share that with us on Thursday, that would be helpful. And then
it should happen sooner than that because the chair is ready to speak. So anyway,
he's ready?
We'll get to that soon.
Okay. Yes, I remember that was just a long time ago. I forgot that he was. Yes, he's in Beaumont. I got you now. Here, it's contagious. What have you done to me? Here, okay. But I want to make a comment because as a person who taught at Blue Ridge, I taught at Highlands before the bond money years ago, added some walls, wow, added some windows, wow. And so for folks that don't know, the 80s wasn't a good time for building schools. I don't know whose brilliant idea it was to build it with no windows, no walls. And so I'm going to say that bond money, thank goodness it's been there, because over time Blue Ridge, it does look a whole lot better and it smells better and it's a better facility than it was, but it's still aging. But what I want to add to what Ms. Day and Mr. Garcia said about being good stewards of taxpayer money, I think, and you mentioned the word care, but I think being a good steward of taxpayer money is being a good steward of opportunity for our kids and our community. And when I look at the number is hard to swallow. And I understand you're thinking about the correlation with is the more we ask, does it reduce our likelihood of passage? But I also want to put out there is if we are good stewards of opportunity for the children in our community, I think that voters will see that. And so I know on my list, it's like, do we do the natatorium or not? Katy ISD has 7 aquatic centers. Cy-Fair has 12 aquatic centers. Do you know how many Fort Bend ISD has? 2. Practice facility and a natatorium. And that's what I'm referring to as opportunity. And I know Dr. Gilliam also referred to, the way new schools are built. If you haven't entered a new school and seen some of the learning community collaborative spaces that are there and the difference in the light and bright, wonderful beauty of a school like Malala, when you walk in and you have all of the natural light, it is a beautiful place to want to be and walk down the hall. It's very different going in some of our aging schools. They are not beautiful. They are some of them are a little depressing because you don't have that. And so I appreciate that we're trying to move towards some, parity between, and I know we can't rebuild all of our schools because that's not fiscally responsible, but some of them really do need to be looked at to be a good steward of opportunity for our kids. So
thank you.
Thank you for letting me say that.
Thank you, Mrs. Hannon, and thank you, everyone, for your participation. For the public, I just want to make this clear that as the president, that I typically am last to speak, and so I'm going to be very short with my comments tonight because we do have the chair of our Bond Oversight Committee waiting on the line for him to present his portion of the presentation. And with that, because some folks have asked me questions as far as my comments, so I'm just putting this out there for you all, that when my colleagues have asked various questions, if I agree with them or I've already received those responses, I typically try not to ask them as well. So just putting that out for transparency so that everyone understands. And thank you all for your comments and questions tonight. I do want to make a couple clarifying points, though. Mr. Bassett, regarding the $1.2 billion bond, can you please confirm that the consultant and survey said that they believed that it would pass, and I believe it was almost 70%, like 68% passage rate based on the survey that they compiled? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. That was with voters. It wasn't just general public. It was with people who vote.
So it was targeted.
They had the election voter file, and that was where they were taking the sample from.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Regarding design cost on Clements High School 12 versus new design, Mrs. Fazzetti, can you please elaborate on the savings or what the percentile savings would be if we were to use the current design from High School 12 versus a new design?
Absolutely. And so for High School 12, we paid 4.5% for design fee. We have a sliding scale on percentages for design that we pay. And so for the amount of money, it was 4.5% design fee. If we were to use the existing design for Clements, we could be looking at a 3% design fee. So we could easily save 1.5% of the $200 million.
Okay, so we would save 1.5%. That's interesting. Okay, that's very interesting. But then again, if we were to go out for a new bid, potentially we could have another architect who maybe could cut 1.5% or greater than that as well. So there's opportunity on either way.
It's when you hire a different architect, the fee is different. You would have to hire the same architect that designed the High School 12 to realize the savings.
Correct. So we either could have the 1.5% savings from the current architect if we were to reuse the design, or if we were to go to a different architect out for bid, potentially, if a different architect had a different approach to the building, we could realize additional savings based on their estimates.
I'm not sure how much savings you could obtain with a separate architect. That would have to be negotiated.
Correct. But I'm saying they would have to present that, and we could decide yes or no. Okay. Just putting that out there for the board so that we understand these different opportunities that do exist for us. All right. Regarding the soil test. The soil test has already been done, if I recall, because we did the soil test in order for the field house to be built so that it would have the proper foundation, right?
So the geotechnical studies get done. It's a detailed point. So you do a geotechnical study for the area where the field house is going to be. A geotechnical study would have to be done for where the area where the building's going to be and where the fields are going to be, because the soil conditions can change even throughout one site.
Okay, interesting. So you're saying that if a building is 100 feet or 200 feet away, we need to do another geotech study based
Absolutely.
on the soil
Yes,
composition?
ma'am.
Okay. Well, that's good to know, and I do believe a house built on a good foundation is very important. So, good to know. All right, regarding the elementary schools. So I got to say, I feel like I hear both sides of the coin on this. You know, about a year ago, I think there were various conversations, and here's I'm just going to point this out as my struggle, and this is mainly for the board for you to understand where I sit. So I look at the charter schools and I see the amount of kids who've left, and I think y'all have heard me go over and over about it, because it's disheartening and it's a hard pill to swallow. I could possibly get behind new builds. The thing, though, that I'm concerned with, and I know that a bond is separate from programming, and that's been explained to me over and over and over again. It's still hard to swallow because my question is, on the programming, what do the people want? So I want to know, in Mission Glen and Mission Bend, tell me what moms and dads are seeking and why are they going to the charters versus Fort Bend ISD? Is it that they want an all-girls school? Do they want an all-boys school? Are they wanting a STEM academy? What is it that is their driver? So we not only deliver a building, right, but we answer the question into why and what they want to happen inside that building. And that's why I say I get both sides of the coin there. But same thing I see in the Willow Ridge feeder pounder as well. And for me, I've had folks, because I do some shopping, I'm out and about in that area more so than the Mission Glen, Mission Bend. But I've had folks tell me different things, and that's a very small focus group, right? But I want to know, what do the people want? What does the community want to happen in that building? And I'm just saying, for myself to get behind it 110%, those are the kind of, that is the kind of thing I need in order to support it 110% and give it my all. And I know you don't know the answer to programming, so it's a hard ask. And so I'm sorry for that. But at the same time, to me, I have to know why before I do the how, right? Especially when we're talking $40-something million in a new build versus 20 in reconstruction or renovations or what have you. So that's just mine. And Dr. Whitbeck, you wanted to add something, please.
Well, I just wanted to help clarify that for you. Our plan would be that we would engage in the community to hear what they want. Just last week, Dr. Mensa, Ms. Mason, and I met with some Willow Ridge community members, and we heard that. You know, what kind of, will it be a STEM school? Will it be a leadership academy? What could it be? And I think that's where you communicate with the community. But with related to bond dollars at the elementary level, there's not a lot of difference in terms of the construction of the school with bond dollars. Program is more in the general. So let's say we wanted to have a leadership academy or a fine arts academy. There could be some adjustment to some rooms, which we would have some time to work with. But for the most part, the brick and mortar that you're voting on for this bond would not be that different. Now, if we were talking about a specialized CTE center, then that'd be a whole different ballgame. But at the elementary level, to do the things you're talking about, all-girls school, all-boys school, STEM schools, leadership academies, all of that, you're not going to see a great amount of difference from this standpoint. So do know that our intention is to meet with those communities and to hear if there is something special they want.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And it's good for the people to know these kinds of things and that we are having those discussions. Okay, another thing is on the Clements. And I haven't had the opportunity to digest everything that you sent today, so forgive me on that. So I don't want to go into too much detail at this point. But another thing that I am having a hard time swallowing is the nearly $100 in additional project cost for the rebuild. And so when I see, for example, design fee included in that, I'm thinking, okay, 1.5% of the total, and then I go to the square foot of 400. You know, that's really kind of insignificant to a degree when you're talking in that $222 million. When I'm talking about the square footage part, and that there's a $100 additional increase there to make it happen on that same site. And I think I'll reserve most of that discussion for Thursday or another time directly, but I just wanted to make sure that I put that out there on that. And let's see, I already mentioned the Mission Bend. Okay. One thing on Blue Ridge, and actually Ms. Hannon talked about how there had been some improvements there, and I just want to make sure this is on record because I don't want any misinformation in the community. As far as Blue Ridge restrooms, those restrooms have been renovated, correct? I mean, we've already had this discussion previously, and I know they have,
Yes.
but can you
Yes,
please
ma'am.
confirm, have they been renovated?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Just didn't want to leave any room for confusion with the public. All right. Last thing, and then I'm going to end in a positive. So the last thing is regarding the tax rate in comparison to other districts and the FBISD debt per student. So currently, the FBISD debt per student is $20,071, right?
I think it was 22, wasn't it, right?
Looks like it's gone down to 20,000 on slide 24.
Let me see.
Unless it's in this new packet that's different than what I have.
That's what I have.
Yeah, so the packet that you have included the 2021 number that we showed last time. I received this slide today from the team.
Got it.
Okay, so this is 2022 numbers for all of the districts. We didn't have all of those numbers the last time we showed this slide.
So even with our increase in student enrollment, that debt per student grew.
Correct.
Interesting. Okay. And so what I would like to know is on the debt per student, if we were to pass, so you have all of these different options, right? On the different options, and this can be for Thursday, please, just the shaded area above on what that debt would look like. So if we were to pass a $1.2 billion bond, what then is our debt per student?
Yeah, we've created estimates like that before, and we can do that again. I mean, we can work on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then, lastly, I just want to give you guys kudos. And the kudos is going to be on the commercial paper program, and then in addition to that, on the bond savings, which is also in here, of the $108 million over time, 108.2. That's it. I want to end on a positive. Thank you very much. We appreciate all that you're doing, sir, to help our district. And guys, great job on this, Mr. Gwynn and Mr. Bassett. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to move on now to item. Yes, that's what I'm saying. We're moving on to item A, to the information item, Bond Oversight Committee update. And we have the chair online now.
I think so.
Welcome, sir.
There he is.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam President, I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Kokar, the floor is yours.
This morning from Houston to Beaumont, and I've been in class for 9 hours. So
Is there a way to maybe turn up your microphone, or can we do some of this? Okay, they're working on it.
Oh, no, I'm not mute. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I can hear myself. I sound very good.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. Anyhow, thank you, Madam President, for allowing me to talk to you all. I'm sorry that I had to miss their being physically present there. I would have loved to be there. Trustee Rick has visited us. Thank you, sir, for that. Bond Oversight Committee is alive, well, and kicking, even though I'm not very well right now. I'm very tired, but they are doing their job. Now, obviously, the Bond Oversight Committee has a sort of a dual role, right? On one hand, we are oversight committee, meaning we are looking over the shoulders of these nice people who have just presented to you very nice presentations and so forth, and have been answering your questions. And on the other hand, when the bond election is upcoming, then we try to sort of support the bond version, right? So this is a little bit of our conflicting things, but for example, on the bond oversight role, we have been doing, I think, a very good job. These gentlemen and ladies of Fort Bend ISD, they have always been very nice to us, very courteous. Any questions we ask with them. And by the way, let me tell you, if somebody would have attended our last meeting, you would have heard the same discussion that I'm hearing right now. Those same questions that you all have been asking have been asked by the Bond Oversight Committee members of all the presentations, and whether it was Steve, or whether it was Dr. Whitbeck, or Gwen, or Carolina, and these all people do such a fantastic job anyhow. So while we continue to deal with them at arm's length, but we do respect and really appreciate their courtesy that they show us. As far as the bond election is concerned, that's a little bit different ballgame. There are some concerns, and again, I will not go into repeating them because some of you have talked about the same thing. For example, the Marshall PT pattern, the natatorium location, the capacities, the life cycle deficiencies, but we have discussed them to the T, and one thing is very clear, that we must have a bond election. Fort Bend ISD has a very strong reputation. And that is how a lot of the development in the Fort Bend County has been happening. I'm also the president of the LID 2. By the way, you all are sitting within the LID 2 area, so I can probably raise your taxes. I don't know whether I can do that or not. But the LID 2, of course, we are benefiting from the higher property values, and those property values are associated or linked with the ISD doing good, wherever the property value is located. So it's such a vicious cycle. If one of these legs start going bad, then we will have such a vicious cycle of downturn of economy and so forth. And I'm also part of EDC, and there we also have the similar sentiment that it is important that FBISD maintains its reputation, its standard, and status as it is known all around. So please be very careful when you decide on this bond, going to bond election or not, and take care of all these questions that are concerned there. Other than that, I think what I heard was that you all have been talking about these things anyway. So I will be very glad to come by. Is the next meeting of the board next Thursday?
It's this Thursday, sir. This okay. Coming Thursday?
This coming Thursday, I will be driving back, but if it will help the board, I'll be very glad to be present there with all my books and all that, because right now I do not have any I'm sorry, I'm getting an echo. I do not have a lot of my stuff with me to talk about any particulars, but if there are any questions, I'll be very glad to answer them right now or be present there physically. I can drive directly from Beaumont to the meeting, whenever you start, and I'll be very glad to be present there.
We'd welcome you. That would be great. Thank you for that.
In that way, I will be a little bit, I will have a chance, I will bring some, I will be able to go through some of the things and talk about the specific concerns. And for example, as I just said, trust me, when we talk to these people in the Bond Oversight Committee meetings, we drill them, very respectfully though. We do not, we very respectfully drill them in the same way, and that's our duty also, just like it's your fiduciary duty to do so and be sure that every single penny being spent of the public money is spent in the right way. We do the same thing. And lo and behold, I have been involved in this committee since, I guess, almost its inception. Now, the composition of the committee has been ever changing. In the very beginning, in 2014, when the committee was formed, it was primarily consisting of experts in the construction, maybe in the financing, and those kind of matters. Over the years now, and we have now been surviving there for a while, it has now become a little bit of a more lay people are also there, for example, which is good for this, it's good to hear from the normal, not normal in the sense of normal, but I mean just the lay people, and they can bring in what they hear from one another. They can bring in and for example, one of the concerns that somebody mentioned was the east side. Yeah, there have been some concerns brought to the Bond Oversight Committee from the east side, natatorium's location, capacity questions. All these questions have been thoroughly discussed in the Bond Oversight Committee. However, as I said, in general, the Bond Oversight Committee agrees with going for the bond. It is just some details, and the devil is always in the details. You can talk about in the overarching things and big picture, but once you go into the details, today I was attending a floodplain management class, and trust me, as soon as you go into the smallest possible details, there are so many variations come into the picture. So I will stop right there. I don't know how long I have to be able to speak here, but if there's any other question I can answer right now, I'll be glad to. Otherwise, I promise you I'll try to be there on Thursday.
Great. Thursday, it's at 2 p.m.
Oh, then I can't be there because my class is still, oh my God. Okay, no, ma'am, I'm sorry then. My class is till 5 p.m. and I was thinking of leaving right from there and going directly showing up at the meeting. So good luck. But you all have a difficult task. We also set in the lead management, we also set the tax rates and all that. And by the way, with the VAT-RE, guess what? It is, may I make a suggestion? I do not know whether you are required to hold the meetings in this boardroom by statute or not. If you can go and hold some meetings somewhere else, it may help break down the barriers. For example, you can go and hold a meeting, I don't know where, in the eastern side of the Fort Bend ISD area, or the western side or the northern side, because that will then allow you to talk, see what people are saying directly. But again, there's always going to be some differences of opinion. That we all understand that every time we do something. But again, the fundamental concern that I at least have is, personally speaking, and from the Bond Oversight Committee point of view, and that is that the status and the reputation of the Fort Bend ISD must be kept. Because otherwise, the vicious cycle of economic downturn that can start will be terrible.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. Thank you, sir. I'm going to open it up to the board to ask you questions directly. Are you good with that?
Oh, ma'am, I'm ready.
All right.
Until I get hungry, I'm okay. I have not had any food, so somebody owes me some meal. Yes, ma'am.
Surely. Okay, Mr. Garcia, you're up first.
Well, hello, how you doing?
Hi, Rick. Nice seeing you, sir.
Good to see you.
I wish I was there personally.
No, it's okay. So I've attended a couple of bond oversight committees, and my goal in attending those is just to kind of get an idea what the community is saying and get an idea of the makeup of the committee. I've served on committees before, and they may have too many in one group or too many. So it's a very good representation of the community. I think for the most part, we have a couple of bond oversight committee members here. So I just wanted to mention that, and I've witnessed the grilling at those meetings by the community members when Oscar and Carolina.
We grill them with respect.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. So that's good that there is that healthy exchange. So I wanted to bring that up as somebody has actually sat in those meetings. I did have one question when it came up in regards to the bond. You as the bond oversight committee are recommending a bond. The amount of the bond, is it something y'all have talked very deeply about? Did it start with one number and you kind of landed on this number here, or do you have any insight into where we landed, where we are?
Well, remember the process is, the flow of the information is that the FBISD comes to the Bond Oversight Committee with the same plan, with the same charts that you all see. I have one of them with me. And it is really very critical. When I joined the meeting, you all were talking about probably the capital plan history and forecast, where Steve was probably talking about how in 2014 we wanted to have a bond amount of this much need, priority one, and we could not swallow that kind of a pill, so we moved to this one. So 1.2 that we are now talking about for 2023 is a good compromise in terms of the priorities, because there's nothing in priority 2 over there, right? And there are some deficiencies. So the number is good number. Now, the same question comes up that Steve was alluding to, whether the public has the, wherewithal to swallow that pill or not. And that is when the survey, and I think the survey results were due soon. I'm not aware because I have not talked to Steve for a while, but the survey that the company has been hired was going to provide us a good feedback, and we are waiting for that. By the way, after the survey, we were going to have a special BOC meeting that was planned for 9th of February. I don't know whether we're going to still continue with that or not. So anyhow, yeah. So this number seems to be a good compromise based on all the information that we have heard.
And our plan is to talk about the survey with the BOC on Thursday. Just that same briefing.
Okay, thank you.
So we will have the Thursday evening meeting. Continue with that, Steve.
It'll be from 4 to 6, but you should be able to call in after you get out of your class.
I'll do it on the driving back. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Hannon?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir, for chairing the Bond Oversight Committee. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate your information this evening. I'm going to actually ask Dr. Whitbeck if you shared something regarding the School Boundary Oversight Committee, and you gave us percentages of how many were in attendance, and so we could see who was attending. And I'm wondering if we could get something similar from the Bond Oversight Committee, because I do appreciate you shared that there are more lay people there, that they're not all necessarily construction experts or and that's helpful to me. So if I could also see just attendance by their position, what kind of stakeholder they are, I think that would be really helpful.
Oh, you mean the listing of the Bond Oversight Committee members?
Yeah. I'm just interested in kind of their titles. Are they parents? Are they community members? Are they business partners? And then just for the 2023 year, or for the 2023 bond rather, kind of the dates and the attendance, what that's looked like. That would be very helpful.
And then my plan was, when I became the chairperson, unfortunately, we immediately went to VATRE. And then we have been, of course, struggling with so many other things. But otherwise, the plan was to create a sort of matrix of all the capabilities of the people we have, and exactly as you're asking. And I will start working on that. No problem.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Hannon. Any other questions, board? No? All right. Well, thank you, sir, for your commitment to Fort Bend ISD and Fort Bend County. We appreciate you and hope you get the rest you needed so you can carry on with your conference or training.
No rest for the good people. No good deed shall ever go unpunished. No, thank you very much for the time, ma'am, and appreciate it, and appreciate. Good luck to you all, the people of the board.
Thank you. And thank you for the laughs, too. All right. Have a good night, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. I guess the shack advice is coming to fruition because we've had lots of laughter this evening, right? All right. And who knew you'd get it from a bond, what is it? Yeah. SBOC overview. Okay. Item C, Willow Ridge High School and Bush High School feeder pattern consolidation recommendation information item. And I believe, Dr. Mensah, this is your presentation. Right. Thank you, sir. Take it away.
Thank you. I'm going to give him a moment to set up the presentation. I know there was a lot of conversation and discussion about this topic before we started, so I'm glad that we were able to have some rich discussion. Hopefully, some of the information that I share will help in the decision-making process. As we thought about this entire process of consolidation and rebuilds, what's really at the center of the recommendation is the vision that we have for our schools. So we have over 80,000 students in our district, and we've continued to grow. And what is the expectation of the learning experience for every single student in Fort Bend ISD? And the questions that we have to ask ourselves, like, have we provided an optimal learning experience for every single kid? So when kids show up to school every single day and we put them in a position to be successful, to be competitive, because they're competing against their peers every single day. And right now, we're not set up in that way. All of our schools are not receiving the same equity in terms of learning spaces and environments. So when we are talking about what can we do to bring students back and attract students. We also have to think about what are we doing for the students who are here right now today. Because in each of these schools that are going to be impacted, they have families and the parents are sending them to our schools with the expectation that they're going to have a state-of-the-art experience every single day. And so a part of this recommendation is to ensure that we can work towards getting to that point. So when we think about state-of-the-art facilities, we have brand new schools that we have put up across the district. Some of the schools have new technology. They have flexible furniture inside the classroom, climate-controlled rooms. And if you speak to some of the teachers right now in some of the older buildings and just what it feels like to be some of the classrooms and when it gets really hot or really cold, not having the ability to manage that in the classroom can be challenging. We also have student-centered learning spaces, and Dr. Gilliam mentioned that earlier about the collaboration spaces and how students are learning using the building as a tool to help advance the learning experience. So not only having a building that looks good, but actually leveraging the spaces inside the building so that teachers can use those spaces to enhance the learning experience for our kids. Expanded libraries. We know how important it is for our students to engage in literacy, and some of the library spaces that we have are very small in the older buildings. Our newer buildings have expanded library spaces which are used for multimedia experiences and just to engage in all the library books that they have. We want to ensure that we're keeping up to date with our safety and security. All the new buildings that we have are safe and secure, up to the expectations. We also have innovative learning spaces. If you just look at this picture right here, what looks like a staircase is actually a learning space for students. So you can pull a group of students and work with students in that. And our older buildings don't have those opportunities. We don't have those spaces. We have natural lighting. I know Ms. Hannon earlier mentioned about the lighting and just being open and just being warm and inviting. Those are some things that we're lacking in some of our buildings that are aging. Also, the extracurricular spaces, we know how important it is for our children to have the opportunity to engage in physical activity. But not only are they engaged in physical activity in these spaces, there are also spaces in which they can enhance their learning experiences. So you can see a picture right here of Malala Elementary, and this is another learning space that they have outside of the building. So that's a lot about what the vision is and what we really want to have for our schools. But as we also looked at the utilization of our buildings, we know that some of our campuses are underutilized. And if we have smaller schools, it won't be cost effective to continue to have those buildings operating at low utilization. We also know that if we consolidate schools, we have the opportunity to have newer facilities and newer builds. And earlier on, Ms. Malone mentioned, the opportunity to look at unique programs, if that's something that we need to explore for these spaces. So in terms of the criteria for school selection, when we had to decide what would be the schools that we will look at for potential consolidation. And I know Trustee Williams asked a question about, why would we decide on Mission Bend or Mission Glen? Well, one of the things we looked at was facility condition index. So what is the health of the building currently? We also looked at the data. I mentioned how many students are attending these campuses based on the space that we have. Also, is there enough space, acreage, for us to build a new campus on that site? And it was also mentioned just the proximity to the charters as we lose students potentially to other charter schools in the neighborhoods. So this is just a reminder of what the facility condition index. As I mentioned, it was really about the health of the building. When you look at the facility condition index, you can see the legend, and on that legend, the higher the facility condition index is, that means that it's in poorer condition. So 60% and above is very poor, 41 to 59% is poor. So as we look at the buildings that we're considering, you'll see where they fall into that range. So this is a utilization chart for the Willow Ridge feeder pattern. And as you look at the chart, you can see Briargate, Ridgegate, Blue Ridge, and Ridgemont. All 4 of these elementary schools have high FCI scores. They're all in the poor range. So Briargate Elementary has a 56%. Ridgegate is 54%. Blue Ridge has the highest one in this feeder pattern at 58%, and then Ridgemont is at 54%. So that's one of the indicators that we looked at was the condition of the buildings. We also looked at the utilization. So if you look at Briargate Elementary, we currently have an enrollment of about 355 students, but they have space for about 860 plus students to fit inside that building. When we looked at Blue Ridge Elementary, we currently have 260 students, and we have about space for about 673 students to fit in that building. So in both of those campuses, we have underutilized spaces. We also looked at the location of our campuses within the feeder pattern. On this graph, you can see that on the bottom where Blue Ridge resides, Blue Ridge is right next to 2234. So it's closer to an industrial area where the site is located right now. So in terms of consolidation, we need to look at if we're going to do a rebuild, what's the optimal site for putting a new site, and also looking at how transportation will work, et cetera. This is just a model of one of our new builds that will open up in the fall. This is Butcher Elementary. So we currently have designs that we could use for a rebuild. It doesn't have to be this particular design, but this is just an example of what it could look like in the community. But we would also use feedback from community members, parents, and staff to figure out what's going to be the best path forward. So the administration recommends that we consolidate Blue Ridge and Briargate Elementary. We also recommend that the board call for a bond election that includes a campus rebuild at the Briargate Elementary site. If the board does decide to call for a bond election and the bond proposition successfully passes, Briargate students and staff would temporarily relocate to Blue Ridge Elementary. Then we would follow up with the administration recommending new boundaries for students to attend the new campus on the existing Briargate site. And then it would be up to the board to approve the new boundaries for that rebuilt campus. In the event that the board does not choose to call for a bond election, or if the community does not pass the bond proposition, we still recommend for the consolidation, and Blue Ridge students and staff would relocate to Briargate, and the campus would consolidate. And the administration would come back with another recommendation to call for a future bond with a campus rebuild. So in both scenarios with consolidation, the administration is still recommending a rebuild because we definitely want to revitalize both of those communities with a brand new campus. With the consolidation, the campus configuration for Briargate and Blue Ridge and Briargate students would be housed at Blue Ridge or Briargate, and this all depends on the outcome of the bond election. So if there is a rebuild, then we know that we would be rebuilding at the Briargate site, so we would have to be at the Blue Ridge site while the Briargate site begins construction. If it doesn't happen and we don't have a bond election or we don't pass it, then we would consolidate going to Briargate, waiting for us to then have another bond called so that we can have the work done on that site. So there's two options, and they would be both temporary options based on the scenario. When we consolidate, Blue Ridge and Briargate students would be keeping their current PEIMS ID. So with the consolidation, we wouldn't automatically make all the students who are at the campus all Blue Ridge students or all Briargate students, because we have not done any boundaries to say that this is a new school. So this would be temporary until we have the entire boundary process to identify which students would be at this campus. In those classrooms, the classrooms would have Blue Ridge students and Briargate students within the same class, and we would maintain the same class size ratios. So there wouldn't be an increase in class size because we had the campuses combined. We would just have the students combined in classrooms, one teacher having in their class Briargate and Blue Ridge students. And then the staffing at the campuses would be based off of staffing guidelines. So with one campus, it would have one staff, and we will follow policy DK to determine which staff members may have to go to another campus based off of the enrollment at that school. So we would have one campus leader, one principal, one administration staff, not two separate staffs in one site. Now this is data from the Bush feeder pattern. So you can see Mission Bend with an FCI score of 42, which is poor, and then Mission Glen with a 37, which is fair. Mission Bend has 312 students, and they can fit about 819 students in the building. Mission Glen has 374 students, and they can fit about 804 students in that building. So you can see that both of those campuses are underutilized currently. When we look at the location of the sites, we can see that the Mission Bend site is central to the campuses in that area. So that's one of the reasons when looking at which site we would use to rebuild. That was one of the considerations. And then similar to the Briargate and Blue Ridge recommendation, we recommend that the consolidation of Mission Bend and Mission Glen Elementary campuses take place. We also recommend that the board calls for a bond election that includes the campus rebuild at the Mission Bend Elementary site. And as before, these are the two scenarios. If the board were to vote and call for a bond election and it successfully passes, Mission Bend students and staff would temporarily relocate to Mission Glen Elementary. The administration then recommends new boundaries for students to attend the new campus located on the Mission Bend site. And we would await the board approval for the new boundaries for the rebuilt campus. If the board chooses not to call for a bond election or the community does not pass the bond proposition, Mission Bend students and staff would relocate to Mission Glen and the campuses would consolidate, and then we would follow up with a recommendation to call for a future bond, including the campus rebuild. In terms of the campus configuration, it's identical to the campus configuration that we have for Briargate and Blue Ridge, where we would have both of the students and staff consolidate at one campus, and they would continue to have their PEIMS IDs for their schools until there's a decision made about the boundaries. So they would have the same impact in terms of staffing as well. And so in terms of additional information for consolidation, we would continue to utilize the same processes for transportation. Based off of where students live is how we would determine which students will qualify for transportation in the consolidation. We will continue to offer extended learning, so there'll be extended day at those sites. For pre-K, in the Willow Ridge feeder pattern, students continue to attend pre-K at the Ridgemont ELC. We have pre-K at the Mission Bend and Mission Glen site, so we would be evaluating how many pre-K sections to determine how many pre-K sections would stay at that site. We had experience of moving pre-K based off of availability and space on site, so we would work through that. Again, the class sizes would not increase because we're consolidated, we'd be using the same staffing ratios. When it comes to support services, students that receive any type of additional support will continue to receive those supports. If there is a need for adjustment in some of the special programs, we would review that and determine based on space where those programs would be. But essentially, that experience that students would have at their current campus would continue to ensure if they had any intervention needs, we would provide those intervention and supports. We also have this evening, we have campus leaders from 3 of the 4 campuses. We have the campus leader from Mission Bend, Ms. Veronica Roberson. We also have the campus leader from Mission Glen, Ms. Danielle Moss. We also have from Blue Ridge Elementary, campus leader Sonia Evans. And Dr. Sutton from Briargate was unable to attend, but he wanted to be here. So I'll just invite Ms. Evans to just share some words about the potential consolidation and how they could impact some of the communities.
Good evening, everyone. As Dr. Mensa said, I'm Sonia Evans-Williams, principal of Blue Ridge Elementary School, and I'm here tonight because this affects our community. I am a Fort Bend product, graduate of Willow Ridge High School. I've also been in administration at Bridgegate, Briargate, Armstrong, and currently Blue Ridge. So I've served those communities, and I've served those communities well. And it's important to me to share that we do need an opportunity to have a new campus because our kids deserve it. They worked really hard each and every year that I've been there, and I've been there 4 years. And our campus has grown from a D to a B, and that's hard work and determination. And when we talk about some of the things that are going on in the buildings, we do have plumbing issues. We try to make the best of every day that we have in the school. We also have some other issues in the campus, but we keep that under wraps, and we try to do the best that we can for our children because we love our children. We're passionate about education and moving forward. And so I just thank you for the opportunity to speak about our school, about our children, and what we need at Blue Ridge Elementary. And I want to say, too, that our Briargate students, they are in need of the same things. I've been at both schools, and I've served the communities there. And so I'm passionate about making sure that our students have what they need. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williams. We appreciate all that you're doing every day, boots on the ground. And I love hearing that you're a Fort Bend ISD grad, like myself, and Willow Ridge, and that you're giving back to the community that once gave to you. It just is heartwarming, and you can tell that it's completely genuine and authentic. And so thank you for telling us regarding the campus needs and physical, but also I just want to tell you thank you for what you're doing. It means a lot. Are any other campus principals, would you like to speak as well? Ms. Evans or Mrs. Moss? Roberson? Roberson? We'd love to hear from you if you do.
Come on, Ms. Roberson. Come on up.
You guys, you know that you're like the leaders of the school, and you know what's going on, and you know the pulse, and so who better to hear from than the ones who hear it all every single day, day in and out. So I get being reluctant to come up here, but I appreciate you doing so, and I want you to know that I look around at us, and I look around at the everyone standing here, and as Ms. Williams just spoke, we're intent in listening because we genuinely want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah. Thank you for the backup. Yeah, most of what Ms. Williams said, I'm in agreement with. I have been at Richmond, Heritage Rose, Hunters Glen, and now Mission Bend. So I do know the needs of our community. I'm always their biggest cheerleader. And much of what Ms. Evans said is that there's a lot of things that need to occur in our building, and a rebuild is very necessary. A lot of what you see when you come in our building, you're like, oh, it's nice in here, but it goes back to the cosmetic piece. Like, we painted the walls in there. We put some mirrors up. We tried to add extra light and decoration as best as we can to make it look good for our students. But there are just some things that paint and a mural sticker is not going to take care of. And so just being able for our community to get that opportunity to have a new rebuild in the community is something we desperately need. At Mission Bend, a lot of our students and our staff grew up in the neighborhood, and now they're raising their children. They've been through that whole feeder pattern. So this is something well-deserved. Is the kids that are working their butts off. We went from an F to a B, and so just working on that, like I will never discredit the community and the parents and our staff there. Everyone is working hard. Whenever you come visit us, I always say we only have one staff restroom, and we don't. That's all we have is one staff restroom. But if it's an emergency, our staff do use the student restrooms, but that's just one of those things you can't really fix. You know, you just go with the flow, and our staff love the community, so they keep coming back every day, every year. And so I'm glad that you guys have thought about this and really looking to take care of our community and students. And if you haven't had an opportunity, you know, we're always welcome. Come visit us, come see what we're doing, and support our students and staff.
Thank you so much, and I think we'll take you up on that offer. I think I want to focus on the F to the B and the D to the B, and well, there's another one, but I hear F to B and D to B, and can't stop but say kudos for that is to be commended, and we know that it's with your leadership and the heart of what's going on inside those walls. So thank you very much. And we've got one more speaker, right, Mrs. Moss? Don't be shy. And Mrs. Moss, you're at Mission Glen, right?
Correct. I'm at Mission Glen. I'm Danielle Moss. I'm also a Fort Bend product. I'm a graduate of Willow Ridge High School. I taught at Mission Bend. I taught at Mission Glen, and I also worked at Mission West. So I'm very familiar with the community. And I would just like to echo what was already said, that our students really deserve a rebuild. They deserve a nice, new, fresh building. They deserve innovative learning spaces, collaborative spaces. They deserve to have schools with natural light. And our staff works so hard every day. Our parents work hard. They entrust their students to us, and they want them to have great experiences. And the truth of the matter is we are losing students to charter schools because they have brand new schools, lots of natural light, all of the things that the parents want for their students. They have learning opportunities. They have clubs. And even though we provide those things, parents are looking for those innovative learning experiences. So I think I appreciate your consideration and thinking about our community and what our students need and deserve. And I think our parents will appreciate that as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And again, another Fort Bend grad, y'all. That is awesome. I love seeing the resurgence of Fort Bend educators that were born and bred and coming back to the Bend. So awesome. Well, it looks like we have a lot of comments from our folks up here, and we'll start with you, Mr. Hamilton.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. And Dr. Mensah, thank you, first of all, for your 80s costume on Thursday.
You're welcome.
I was hoping you'd wear that hat tonight, but
today's not 80s Day. I'm trying to be 2023 today.
Okay. But thank you very much. So just in general, kind of just back to the general bond comment. So the bond, one thing I'm really excited about with the bond is that it will bring our older campuses closer to the same standards that we have at our newer schools, and it will make the schools more comparable across the district. And then specifically with the rebuilds and the two new campuses. It will go beyond just bringing them comparable. They will have the same standard as our new campuses. So I know for Willow Ridge, this would be the first investment with a new campus in that feeder pattern in over 40 years. So I'm excited about that, and so I'm hoping that the bond passes so that we can invest in both of those communities, Willow Ridge as well as the Bush feeder pattern on the northwest. So from conversations with community leaders on the Willow Ridge side of the district. One request is that if the bond is not successful, that we can somehow commit to some portion of the proceeds from closing and selling one of the properties would stay in the feeder pattern. So just something we can consider doing that. Wanted to pass that request along. But thank you again for that information, and thank you, principals, for being here and speaking tonight.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Dr. Gilliam?
I would like to thank all three principals for being here, Ms. Evans-Williams, Ms. Roberson, and Ms. Moss. I personally had the opportunity this year to go through, to meet, well, last year with Ms. Williams, and just a couple of weeks ago, Ms. Roberson, I didn't forget about you. I owe you something. I'm going to make sure I get that to you, okay? And Ms. Moss, I'm coming if you allow me to. Okay, I have to set it. I can't just show up. So I'm going to come through. But I really respect you all for coming, and at the same time, the work that you have been doing. And Dr. Whitbeck, I want you to know the atmosphere is truly a culture of kindness. And Ms. Roberson has some different things that are going on there that she really needs to share with everyone one day. And I'd love for you to send that to me so I can share with others. Just beautiful things, just making sure that teachers are happy and that teachers feel appreciated. Let me do it a different way, as well as the students. And I just want to thank you all. And Dr. Mensah, thank you for including the principals. It means it means the world. And for you all to stop what you're doing to come and share with us, because I know that he probably told you to come and you really didn't have a choice. But I do want you to know that it's delightful to hear from principals, because when you all tell us what it is that you need, that's 100%. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. There's a lot of truth in that message. Mrs. Hannon, look like you're ready to roll.
Yes, thank you very much, ladies, and thank you, Dr. Mensah. I just have a couple of questions, and if maybe this could be Thursday or maybe this could be another day. But as far as I know, Mission Bend to Mission Glen is only about a mile and a smidgen between those campuses. But Blue Ridge, you mentioned the industrial piece. It's a whole different ballgame sitting on McCard like it is. But if you could perhaps share with, at another evening or on Thursday, the impact that it will have on transportation, like will some of the Mission Glen kids still be able to walk to campus? What does transportation look like? And the same, I'm not sure how many walkers we have with Blue Ridge, but just how transportation, impacts those two campuses. And the other would be just to make sure, I'm assuming that the extended day facilities were also built to hold the number of students, commensurate to the number of students that could be in the actual campus. So just making sure that we would have, that all students would have, seamless access to before and after school care would be important in that transition also. Thank you very much.
All right, excellent points. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. I was very delighted to have y'all. Thank y'all so much for coming. I've talked to a couple of members in that area, particularly the Briargate community. They're very excited. So when we talk about what have we done to get the message out, and I know that they've had community meetings, and I know that there's been talk about we're not doing this, we're closing this school and this and that, and it really is refreshing to hear directly from the principals, because you are talking to all the parents, so you know more than anybody else kind of what's going on in that community, in those communities. So I'm glad that y'all came and kind of gave us some information. I know that we've sent out parent letters and they've had the community meetings and things like that. So that's very important to engage with our community. But now, obviously, you're doing it on a regular basis. So thank you so much for coming. Anytime we get an opportunity to celebrate our teachers and our students and our principals, I'm all about it. So, hearing the F to a B and the what was it, a D to a B is amazing. A great accomplishment for those schools. So it sounds like we're doing some very good things over there, and I'm very proud of the work that y'all are doing. I do have some questions in regards to the rebuilds. If we were to vote on rebuilding the schools, the capacity for elementary schools would be about 1,000, 1,100, or give or take.
It would be 1,000 students.
1,000 Redham. And then if we're taking students from Mission Bend, Mission Glen, okay, current enrollment 600, okay. Going to Briargate, where am I? Whoop, I passed it. Where did it go? Here it is. Design capacity of Briargate 862 and Blue Ridge 670. And if we look at how many students we've lost to charter schools in that area, and we combine these two schools, it looks like we're in pretty good shape. If we combine these two schools, we're still very much underutilized. And then, because we know the students are going to come back, getting into a situation where we get to a point where we're pushing 100 or over 100% utilization, the next thing you know, we've got portable buildings at that school. So maybe that's something we can talk about sort of offline. I'm just kind of thinking, because I know that the students are going to come back, especially if we do this. These schools are going to be very well received. And that's not something, just a comment, and I would like to, maybe we can chat about it offline. And I know we talked about special programming for these areas. When we're talking about if you talk to the community and they're really big into, they want STEM or some science academy or something like that, and we have the special programming for that. I think when you talk about those types of things, and you may already be doing this, I think those types of things you should help sort of drive what the overall design process is of the school. So if it's, STEM or whatever, then that sort of alters kind of what we do to the school and how it's constructed. So I just kind of wanted to bring that up because I've talked to a couple of community members in the Briargate, and those are some of the things that they were saying. They were suggesting that when you're engaging with the community, that might be something that we keep in mind as well. So. Thank you.
All right, thank you,
Mr. Garcia, to that point about the programs. So as we engage and get feedback from the communities about potential programming, we're also going to have to ensure that we have funding sources to support the programs, because some of the programs are amazing programs, but it's going to require us to really support it with sustainability long-term financially to have the programs that we want to have for our kids. So that's another challenge that we face. So I know we have to go back out for a VATRE, and I think that those things would help us as we move forward looking for adequate programming in the schools if we are to get a rebuild.
Yeah, that, or maybe we'll get some of that windfall.
And the windfall.
Bring it home, right?
And if I may add one other point Mr. Garcia did make, I'm veering over into Carolina's lane. However, all of the new campuses that have been designed are purposefully designed to have additions to them. And so that's already occurred at some of our campuses, such as Malala and Neal. And so we do maintain that flexibility that if we build it and they come and we don't have capacity, we have the ability to easily expand those campuses provided there's space available.
Excellent point, Mr. Gwynn. All right, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Menza, just been waiting to have an opportunity to speak with you. You threw a monkey wrench in it. You brought those fantastic ladies over here, and they have just blown me away. Ms. Williams, Mrs. Robertson, and Mrs. Moss. You guys have you've sealed the deal for me in one aspect. I mean, it's easier for me to hear you and listen to you than to listen to a system. And when I actually see my principals who are of the community and who, are about educate our underserved students, then I have the utmost respect for you. I hear others speak about, I spoke to the people in the community. Well, you already know I am the community. And it is my hope that, unlike the case with Hightower, we follow through with the plan. Because there's a saying, if you fool me once, shame on you. You fool me twice, shame on me. So if I go out and I support this program to rebuild these campuses, I'm expecting for Fort Bend ISD to fall through. I have this much faith in Fort Bend. That's zero, what I'm holding up. But listening to those principals, listening to you, and seeing Dr. Davy Levy back there, I have a lot of, I feel better about the situation coming. I just want us to mean what we say and say what we mean. I just want it to happen. I don't want empty promises because we're still having to live with what happened with Hightower. We were promised a new school, a middle school. We didn't get it. So if I'm going to go out here and sell this project, I just want us to just really do what we say we're going to do. And as for looking at the buildings, I see where you were getting at now. If I combine the two, I can see what you were saying, I can see what he was saying, and the layout of the schools, the learning capabilities, I can basically get that information in my head. It's making more sense. Not 100% so, but those principles, it's going to be hard for me not to put on a vote for the bond 2023 and get out and do my work because they are absolutely phenomenal. And so are you, Dr. Menza and Dr. Levy. Thank you, guys.
Well, I appreciate the feedback, and we're going to try to move you from 0 to just 1 and keep on going.
Keep it going.
Over. As long as we get in the positive direction, just one decision at a time, we'll show you that we mean what we say.
Got it. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. So, thank you to the 3 wonderful principals to be here tonight. I really agree with Dr. Gilliam's comments. So, I too believe the principal set the tone for the campus, and those kids, they need to be cared for, and that really those kids, they have the heart of the gold. Like I was there a couple of times at Blue Ridge and Briargate. Those children, they deserve all we can offer to them. So I thank you all for what you do for those kids. When I look at the number, though, Dr. Menza, I do. There's one question. So the current campus, right? So they are running below 50% utilized. I understand when they combined, they're still under 100%. But I do feel for the kids, for the teachers, there's a difference between you have very empty or underutilized campus and is approaching full capacity campus. Do we have some kind of support in place to help the kids and the staff?
So in the transition, we'll be working with the campus leadership to try to make sure we have a smoother transition. It's not going to be 100% easy because you're going to be creating a new culture. So it's about focusing on the culture of the campus as you work with new staff that are going to be working together. So that's going to be really the biggest part of the support is the culture of we have a new team together that we're partnering. We've had these experiences in the past where we've had to combine schools. So there's a lot of lessons that we've learned about combining schools for temporary periods of time. And a big part of it is really working on the culture of the campus and understanding what the needs are for the teachers as they transition. So there'll be conversations with the staff and try to figure out what's the best way to address the transition and the move. But they will still have the same complement of support staff. So they'll have counselors at the campuses that will be there to support students. You have a strong leadership team. Like that's going to be critical, making sure we have a strong leadership team to help in the transition. And also meeting with the parents to communicate what this transition could look like. Because currently, right now, you're used to your own space, and it's a change. So you may not want to go into this new space, but after being over there, I think that they'll find that it's just a different experience. It's the same kind of experience that you want to have, but just in a different space. But we'll be working through that with the teams.
Okay, thank you for that. But just so you know, I think the full board is here to support you, to support the campus for that transition. You please know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Day. I noticed one difference Did I have, well, actually, I should tell you thank you too, Dr. Mensah. Great job on the presentation. I think that you always come off so warm and caring, and having your 3 principals here was very, very smart.
Very smart.
Yes.
That was masterful.
And ladies, for the 2 that I put on the spot, I'm sorry, but I had to.
So, Dr. Mensah, please notify all principals that they will be at board meetings in the future for all items that we bring forward.
Well, the executive director has already sent them text messages, so they'll be here.
There's just something about having the folks who lead the campuses tell you the story, that it hits home in a way where this entire room was looking, and completely captivated. So brilliant. So my question, sir, is I noticed on the bond election page, I don't know, the one after the building and the Willow Ridge feeder pattern. So I'm kind of cautioned to saying this because my mom always said, words out of your mouth come true, so don't say them. So I caution this. But on the option 2 portion of it, if it doesn't come and the community doesn't pass, so I don't even want to really say all that. But Blue Ridge students will relocate to Briargate. And I noticed on the other one, but then we would move forward with trying to call for a bond in the future to build the school. And then on the Mission Glen, Mission Bend, it's the opposite, right? And so it makes, on the Mission Glen, Mission Bend, it made sense to me that we would relocate them to Mission Glen with intent of rebuilding Mission Bend. So you wouldn't have that transition issue, right? Because now all of a sudden the space is free. You could tear down and build, no problem on that one. But I noticed on the Briargate, Blue Ridge, that we're wanting to put them in Briargate rather than Blue Ridge. So if you don't mind, or maybe Ms. Fazzetti, if you could tell us why.
Okay, well, part of the thinking is that we know that the rebuild is contingent upon a bond election passing. We're not sure, like if it were not to pass, how long we would have to be in that space. So if we're going to be at a site for an extended period of time, we would have to make a decision. Are we going to be at a central location, or are we going to be at the site that's closer to an industrial area? So there is still flexibility. It doesn't have to be Briargate or Blue Ridge. Like, we could decide which one, but right now, if it were not to pass and we would have extended time in the site, we felt like the site that we would want to be in would be Briargate until we knew for sure that we had a rebuild, and then we would go to Blue Ridge while they did the Briargate site. So it's really just about ultimately like the strategy of where we're going to house the students if we were not to get the rebuild.
So, okay, in the Blue Ridge zone, we would call for the bond. If the bond passes, the kids move to Blue Ridge, right, from both campuses, and we rebuild at Briargate. And then if the bond were to fail, we would not put them in Blue Ridge. We would move to Briargate. Mm-hmm. And I guess I'm wondering, then you're saying we would then go back to Blue Ridge later when another bond were to pass, and how do we know we'd have that facility, et cetera? And then what I'm really thinking about is because Clements is, in the last one, and we see how much more expensive Clements is to rebuild with building on the same site that you have kids attending school. I'm just trying to understand. Does that?
No, it makes
is
sense.
Anybody following me on this one?
I'm following you,
Okay.
and it's one of the difficult decisions that we're going to have to make. So we can go to Blue Ridge and be at Blue Ridge waiting for a bond election, and to pass might be the easier pathway for us because we expect that the bond will pass. So we could do that. That scenario, that's an option. So we don't have to do that. So we can revisit that and determine like what site they're going to be in.
Okay. And Ms. Fazzetti, it looks like you
Yes.
want to expound on this.
So if I look at it not on the program side or instruction side of the house, but facilities, Blue Ridge is in worse condition. It's the location, it's in an industrial zone. So when you look and compare those two, if the bond was not to pass, the kids will be better off at Briargate. So if we're not touching the buildings because there's no bond, those kids are better off at Briargate. The location of it, it's a better site.
Okay, and then we'd move back to Blue Ridge when it passes in the future?
It's possible. It is just hard to tell if the first bond doesn't pass, how long is it going to be until the next bond passes?
Okay, we just need to get the bond passed and not even look at this option. All right. So other than that, back to the principals. We'll end on you. Thank you so much again for your time here. That we appreciate you, your heart, and what you're doing in those campuses. And for anybody watching that lives in the Willow Ridge or Bush High School feeder pattern that is maybe considering, or tell a friend if your friend's not attending those zones, let them know what's happening, please. Let them know that these campuses have gone from an F to a B and a D to a B, and that these ladies care and are really exemplifying the culture of kindness that we have in Fort Bend as one FBISD. Wait, Ms. Day, do you have more comments? Okay. And other than that, let's move on. Thank you so much. You know, it's 9 p.m. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, please. Thank you. right, folks, the time is 9:16 p.m., and we are now back in open session. We have made it to the review section in the agenda, and we're going to start with item A, review the minutes for approval of the following Fort Bend Board of Trustees meetings from January 9th, called meeting and agenda review meeting, and January 23rd, 2023, regular business meeting. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Hannon.
Okay, I just want to say thank you and let everybody know it was not lost on me that these minutes are very extra special and they look very different than they have in about the last year. And so I don't know if that was Mr. Scamardo or if that was Ms. Bubella or Mrs. Malone or Dr. Whitbeck, but thank you. I think they are very reflective of the what went down during those two meetings. Also, there's a small typo for the word available in the, let me see what date that is, the January 9th minutes. And it's, if you just, well, I guess you can't search available because it's not spelled right. It's on page 59 of my packet. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon, for the comments, and I will let you know I had nothing to do with it. It would be Ms. Bubella, and I think Ms. Martinez may have helped her with it as well. But
well, kudos. I really, really appreciate it.
All right. We are glad you're happy with the minutes. And there's no further discussion here, so let's move on to item B. Review the resolution to allow Fort Bend ISD Police Department to apply for a grant through the Office of the Governor to purchase bullet-resistant shields. And this is a thing in 2023. All right, we're going to start with you, Mr. Garcia.
This is just authorization to allow you to submit a grant?
That's correct.
Okay. No cost to the district?
There are no matching funds for the grant.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Hannon.
Thank you. And I want to say that I support these two action items, but I also want to say they're very reactive type approaches, and I'm wondering if there are any grants out there that could help us be proactive in whether that's community education towards, because this is the shields, right? And okay. So just educating our community on gun safety, locking guns, safe storage, that kind of thing. So if there are any grants out there for, a proactive approach, because I know we have to be reactive and be prepared, but I think it's also our responsibility to help educate our community. Thank you.
Ms. Hannon, if I may, we do have an active grants coordinator who looks for those types of opportunities and also works in conjunction with departments. One item that we have had in the recent past that aligns with what you're talking about is the VOCA grant. That's Victims of Crime Assistance grant that help with some of our mental counseling that we have in place now. And so we are always on the lookout for things like that. So the answer is yes, we do have this unfortunate side, but we also have efforts that have been made to address some of those issues you're referencing as well.
Okay, very good. That's great. I know we also have some community or some nonprofit organizations in the United States and in our area that could also be probably explored. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Hannon. And Chief, I have just one thing. This grant just became available through the governor's office as a result of Uvalde. Is that right?
That's correct. The governor, the legislature in Texas just earmarked millions of dollars in grant funding for different things. We are currently looking at 3 different grants. These are 2 of them. We would be bringing another resolution soon on the third one.
Okay, thank you, sir. I fully support you exercising that and receiving these grants. And I also, though, agree with Ms. Hannon, if there are things that we can do regarding communication to parents. I'll just tell you, I am a gun owner and believe strongly in gun safety and make sure that everything is locked up and we have the proper safes and our kids cannot touch it, do not have access to it. Same thing, how you store bullets and weapons. You don't store them together. But I think those kinds of things are super important. And unfortunately, that's oftentimes how kids get, like, people access these things is from failure to exercise gun safety. And so I agree on those proactive approaches to preventing any kind of accident, because God forbid you actually have to use these shields and, well, anyhow, we'll just digress. Let's move on. Item C, review the resolution to allow Fort Bend ISD Police Department to apply for a grant through the Office of the Governor to purchase rifle-resistant armor. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, we're moving on to item D, review the 2023-24 FBISD instructional calendar. And I believe, Mrs. Williams, you have some information you'd like to add for us and share.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Thank you. So I have just a short overview of the calendar development process. I'll talk a little bit about the timeline, who we involved, the process we used to draft the calendars that the committee reviewed, and then those that were subsequently posted for community input, the guidelines that we used as parameters for the design, and then give you an overview of the recommended calendar. So starting first with our timeline, this year the calendar development process launched in November, and with the goal of bringing a recommended proposed calendar to you tonight at this board meeting. We started with stakeholder learning. We've learned through the process that with each stakeholder group we engage, there's some learning that's needed around the legal and local considerations, what we lovingly call calendar math, and I'll introduce you to that a little later, and then the feedback processes that we'd be using with them across the process. Also in November, we launched our engagement with the different stakeholders, the core group, the DPAC, and our teacher forum. Moving into December, we had the guidelines that those core groups had developed. We selected drafts for public comment. And then in January, as you know, we posted a community survey for 2 weeks on 3 draft calendars. We worked across the early part of January to compile feedback and disaggregate the findings from the about 8,700 public comment or respondents. And then in January, we went back to the calendar committee and they selected the calendar to recommend to you here tonight. So a little bit more information about those stakeholder groups. We really have kind of 3 phases of stakeholder engagement, and the first phase starts with core teams. We have core teams that include a subset of district leaders, principals, teachers, and then we also included the teacher forum in 2 rounds of feedback this year. It is important to note that the teachers were the only group where every single teacher was invited to attend. We didn't have every single teacher attend, but they were all invited. We had 2 opportunities for them to come and provide feedback on the guidelines. From these core teams, we had draft guidelines for the calendar committee to consider. The calendar committee is the one group that meets from the beginning to the end of the process. That is about 44 people from across all stakeholder groups, students, teachers, district leaders, community members, a board member, and our own district staff. The calendar committee looks at feedback, the draft calendars, and ultimately recommends to the administration a calendar to recommend to you, to the board, for approval. And then the community survey, that's normally posted for about 2 weeks. And over my time in Fort Bend ISD, we've had between 2 and 3 calendars each or annually reviewed by the public. That is not a vote. It is a survey to canvass different stakeholders and how they might respond to the draft calendars. So I'll take a little bit of time with this graphic to take you through the development process. What you see here in orange, you can kind of see the mouse moving. I don't know if you can tell the difference in the colors, but these first 4 blocks are part of planning. So this year we started our planning by reviewing our feedback from last year. So we went back to our stakeholder survey last year, and we remembered from our notes and also from the review of data that stakeholders last year brought up that Fort Bend ISD should look at observing additional religious holidays outside of the traditional structure. So that was a piece of feedback that we got from our community. And then from our calendar committee, they really gave feedback that the things that they had learned around requirements and the constraints that we have as we're designing calendars needed to go to a broader base. So we really worked on educating our stakeholder groups around the way that the calendar is developed. Next, we looked at what stakeholder groups we would use, and I reviewed those on the last screen, who would be invited, who would be members of that, and we started to set that up. Then we established our timeline, knowing that the district had a lot of change going on this year with the call for the VATRE. We shifted our calendar timeline to start in November so that we could focus at the right time on the design of a calendar. And then we spent quite a bit of time in my department researching other district calendars. We had some help on that. We got a lot of emails, have you seen this one or that one, and can you consider this? Overall, we looked at 30 different district calendars. We looked at different ways that they were innovating to give teachers more time, how they were using their time, and a lot about the minutes that they had in the school day. So following that planning phase, we moved here into this kind of darker color, which I can tell you can't see. I apologize for that. But starting to engage the core teams and the calendar committee. And the critical piece that comes from that engagement is they develop guidelines. And those guidelines are kind of the lanes that we'll use to design the calendar. So they're asked a critical question. What is it that we should prioritize when we design this calendar? What is it that should be considered? And that's generated from them. We don't give them a set to pick from. We talk about historical information, but they actually generate guidelines in each of those core groups. And then we have them prioritize the guidelines, what would be their top 5, so that we can see across teachers, district leaders, campus administrators, what are the priority guidelines. From there, we take the guidelines to draft calendars. From there we take the guidelines to the calendar committee. And then the calendar committee prioritizes usually 6 to 8 guidelines that we will use to create or draft the calendars. And if you think about it like this, we need to determine where we're going to place time for learning and time for doing the work to prepare for learning. So those are the guidelines that we use when we go into drafting calendars. A lot of times, a lot of the feedback that we get is, why didn't the calendar have this day or this time or that time? And that comes down to the constraints that we get, both from our TEA requirements for the calendar and also from the stakeholder guidelines. So then we move from the draft calendars, and this year we had calendars A through F. So after many hours and many individuals looking at calendars, moving sticky notes around, adding up the hours and the minutes, we came up with 6 different drafts. We went to our calendar committee with the drafts, and 2 of those drafts did not meet the constraints that they had given us in the guidelines. They had a later start. And so we immediately pulled those 2 drafts, and the calendar committee consulted across 4 different drafts, and they narrowed that to 3 for public comment. An important thing happened during this calendar committee review of drafts. And I think it's really important for you to understand that, because as someone who has the opportunity to engage stakeholders in feedback many times in this district, one of the criticisms we take is that we go to committee with a plan and we don't intend to change that plan. And that's not at all what happens. Of course, I have a different perspective sitting in that room. I'm watching across stakeholder groups how they're feeling, and I'm trying to navigate towards consensus. When they reviewed the 4 draft calendars, there were 2 areas where we didn't have consensus. Normally, we don't ask them to change the dates or the times that things occur. But one of the things they noticed is that data from the most missed days was that the day before spring break was a day where a lot of our teachers, a lot of our educators are out. A lot of our students are out. And we actually had placed a teacher planning day on that day on March 8th. And so the question was brought up in a couple of breakout rooms that we needed to reconsider that and maybe move it back a week, because if teacher planning time is really important, then we need them there to do that planning time. So that was something that we needed to consider more broadly, because it was in 2 breakout groups. So the second thing that happened is we had a student. So this is the first year that we had students throughout the calendar committee consistently. And one of our students from Kempner High School, she brought up that the religion that she observes was not represented on the calendars. While we had met one of our guiding principals, we had not acknowledged her religious observance with a student holiday. And so just as we did with the other breakout room, we brought that to the group. And so we came back and we looked at the March movement of the teacher planning day, and we looked at the possibility to place the Eid religious observance as a holiday on the school calendar. So we sent the groups back to breakout rooms, and we actually did an individual survey because sometimes groups can sway each other's opinions with whoever's talking. In the individual survey, it was clear that we had consensus around the movement of the March date. So there were about 4 people who felt it should stay the same. When we presented to them, could we accomplish what we were trying to accomplish if it were moved to the 1st, which was giving teachers a designated planning period before that grading period? They thought we could, and so we were at consensus. And then we went on to address the placement of EAD on the school calendar. At that time, it was about a 50% split of those that thought we should place it on the calendar, consider it, and those that thought we shouldn't. So we went into breakout rooms and we asked the question, what are the pros and cons? And in this case, the con outweighed the pros. So the pro was that we would align to observing with a holiday other religious observances. The con was that this was a midweek holiday, and that wasn't aligned to our guideline. Our guideline was that we would align other observances with long weekends. So it was a midweek holiday, and there was concern around working parents and having an absence midweek and the possible disruption to the learning environment. So at that time, we did not have consensus of the calendar committee to add EAD, and so we made the adjustment of the March date and posted 3 calendars for public comment. In the community survey, we had 8,700 responses. That's the most that I've ever been part of, and I've happened to have been on the calendar committee since about 2001 as a teacher and across different roles. That was a lot of respondents to the survey. We had over 6,000 write-ins. Out of over 6,000 write-ins, about 80 community members did express the desire to have EAD as a holiday, and we were watching that because it was something that we had carefully considered. We provided all of that information to the calendar committee in our last stage, and after review, they actually acknowledged that calendar B, which we are not proposing to you tonight, was a favorite of the teachers overall. But they identified that that calendar was polarizing. While teachers, district leaders, and other staff felt that calendar B was they were strong advocates, parents and students were not strong advocates. And so the calendar committee is actually bringing to you what was known as draft A. And I'm going to tell you just a little bit about some of the development parameters before I go into an overview of that calendar. Calendar math, I'm a secondary math major from college, and I had never thought of calendar math. There's not really an equation you can write to do this. The state says that we need 75,600 operational minutes, and then they want an additional bank of 840 minutes for every school calendar. TEA also told us 2 years ago that they would no longer provide waivers for weather, and we've had some of those incidences we had to consider in Fort Bend. They actually recommend that we double that 840 minutes to about 1,600 minutes to support weather. In my time, we've never had that much of a bank, but they actually do recommend that. And then there are some bullets underneath for how that time can be allocated. So a common fact that most people don't know is that professional learning that occurs between the first and last day of school counts towards operational minutes. So when you put it outside the first and last day of school, it doesn't count towards your operational minutes, but you're using some of the 187 teacher contract days. So it's a balance. If you put PD during the school year, it counts for operational, and it also counts for one of the 187-day teacher work calendars. Another interesting fact is that student learning and teacher professional learning contribute to the 187 along with teacher work days. But we don't achieve operational minutes when teachers have a work day because it's not tied to professional learning. So that's why that's in green. And then the other constraint that we have in Fort Bend is that our school day is 435 operational minutes. We found school calendars with up to 460 operational minutes. So the more minutes they get in a day, the broader breadth that they have with what they do with their time. And then when we have early release, it does count for a minimum of 240. A common comment that we get from the community is that we are starting too early in August. And we actually, as a district, went out to be a district of innovation so that we could start earlier in August. And that ties directly to what I'm going to show you on the next slide, which is the calendar guidelines. So this is an important slide because in gray, it shows you the calendar committee taking all of the core teams. They said these are the 7 guidelines we want you to use. They wanted a traditional holiday structure, which to them, they define as a week off at Thanksgiving, 2 weeks off at the winter break, and a week off at spring break. They wanted to end before Memorial Day, and they're okay with the early start in August because they want to end before Memorial Day. The one area of calendar development that all stakeholder groups could come to terms with was ending before Memorial Day. So that was across all stakeholder groups. They did want teacher work days near professional development or the end of grading, and you can imagine why as people who have students in the system. They wanted job-embedded professional development throughout. They were willing to extend minutes to allow for more flex days or work days, which is what you saw in Calendar B. And for the first time in my experience on the calendar committee, they had a guideline to combine weekend with other observances in order to think about honor the diversity in Fort Bend. I put the teacher guidelines up here because after these calendar guidelines were developed, we actually went to Teacher Forum and we asked them to create some mock calendars for us using calendar math. And they were a little upset because the things in orange were not a priority on the guidelines. And so they told us, like, we told you we wanted frequent breaks, at least one per month. We don't see that up here on your list. Of course, the team felt it was these more flex days by extending minutes. They wanted 4-day work weeks up to 10. That was the number they gave us. They wanted 10 4-day work weeks worked in. And they wanted PD and PLC time during the school year. I was happy to tell them that the guidelines that the calendar committee created allowed for frequent breaks, and we do have at least one per month. They allowed for 4-day work weeks. The calendar you're reviewing has seven 4-day work weeks worked in. And they did allow for PD and PLC time during the school year by using dedicated teacher planning days in addition to professional learning days. So this is a view of the 3 calendars that were reviewed by public comment. Just very quickly, I wanted to show you that Calendar C is the most traditional, and it was also the least favored calendar of all stakeholder groups. So it was immediately in the calendar committee pulled off. Calendar B was what we called the polarizing calendar because it did add 10 minutes to the school day, and there were those that did not feel that that was in the best interest of everyone. In gold, you do see what you get from that. You get additional teacher work days, early release days, and your bank of minutes moves up a little bit closer to that 1,600. Ultimately, the calendar committee felt that the most stakeholder feedback supported recommending Calendar A to you. Calendar A does include the 4 teacher planning days, and the only guideline that Calendar A does not support that the committee set was extending the school day. So this is a view of Calendar A, which is the proposed calendar for the 23-24 school year. It does have August 9th as the first day for students, ending before Memorial Day on May 23rd. It includes 4 teacher planning days in addition to 3 job-embedded learning days. It has 1 3-day weekend per month, and it meets all calendar guidelines except extending the school day. That concludes my overview if you have questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. That was very insightful, and I really appreciate it. I especially appreciate the in-depth explanation regarding Eid and what all you went through and the why pertaining to the emails that we've received and so forth. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate that work. Mrs. Hannon, I know you served on the calendar committee. Would you like to share first?
Yes, thank you. And so this was my 3rd year being the board liaison to the calendar committee. And I really want to thank the staff because we had principals on there, teachers on there, the student. I think we have 2 students? Mm-hmm. The 2 students, the student that was in my breakout group, she was there every single time, and had outstanding feedback, just really. And so the process is very organized, and we are very limited by the constraints of calendar math. And so I do think that's important. I do appreciate, Ms. Williams, you giving the explanation about the conversation around Eid and that there was a 50-50, half the group thought, yes, we need to, we really need to look at this. And then the quandary of the midday date that Eid falls on in 2024. I would just like to add a bit of a sidebar, and this isn't part of the calendar committee, but it's just a personal reflection. Having done this for 3 years, I think people sort of know that maybe I'm on it. And so, early in the semester, I had some conversation with some community members, and I shared the information several times throughout this year with Dr. Whitback, that I do think it's really, really important that we try our, level best to really look at the diversity of our community and reflect calendars that can best address those. And so I know that this year that the one that's coming to you maybe doesn't reflect some desires of our Muslim community to celebrate Eid. But I do hope that in the future, when we look at the consideration of the guidelines, and Ms. Williams, can you remind me who established the guidelines, not the teacher guidelines?
The gray guidelines were established by the calendar committee after review of each core team's suggested guidelines.
Okay. And so, maybe specific conversation next year can be focused on that consideration of those, maintaining those days around weekends. And so, I just, it may not be that some of our non-traditional holidays that are observed by members of our community, maybe those will fall on different days. But even if they don't, I think that consideration should be taken into account. I know there are other districts, they give off Election Day in November, and those, of course, fall on a Tuesday. So I do know there's ways to do that. But I do appreciate you, Ms. Williams. You are very organized in the way you and your staff conduct the calendar committee meetings, and I appreciate that. I do know that I heard you say lots of teachers had the opportunity to come to the forum. And so I appreciate those teachers that did, and I hope next year more teachers will take advantage of that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Hannon. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Good job. I've served on this committee as a community member, and it's very mind-numbing, I think, sometimes. And I've heard the term calendar math before, and I've sat in some of those committees. So I understand the work that y'all do on it, so I appreciate the efforts. On the operational minutes, is that tied to the TE requirement for 75,600 operational minutes? Is that tied to funding, TE state funding, like attendance? Or where does that requirement, so if we don't hit that number, what happens? If we don't get money from the state, or does anyone know?
Dr. Guillory, did you want to address that?
It's tied to the funding. Okay, that's what I thought. And then the 187, so if we did add 10 minutes to the day or whatever, it's not like we can give teachers, it's not like it adds an extra day for teachers. Still, 187 days is 187 days regardless of whether or not you add an extra 10 minutes. So trying to give, I know we'd try to do that 4-day work week a little bit more often for the teachers to give them a little bit more of a mental break, but I think it was a challenge because the minutes doesn't correlate to the contract days. The day is a day. Is that correct?
There's no pay increase for that.
Gotcha. And then my last comment, I guess, is also regarding to Eid. I saw a lot of the emails from the parents in the community, and I appreciate that y'all took that into consideration. I know that's a challenge in and of itself, trying to accommodate everybody. That if students miss on that day, or if a student misses for any religious holiday, for Jewish holiday, a Catholic holiday, is it excused absence?
So the district maintains a list of the religious holidays on its website. TEA allows for districts to define religious holidays under two categories: excused, which is the student is not penalized for the absent, or REL, religious, which also means the student is not penalized for the absence and the district receives funding if it's a religious absence.
Okay. So it just depends on what we have listed is regarding which one is which.
Yes, sir, and Eid is one of the REL holidays.
Okay. And then on the ones that are listed on the website that I guess are considered REL, do like our teachers and our schools have a list of that? So maybe, I know it's probably pretty hard logistically to do that, but if we're not having certain like tests and things like that on those days, is that something we ever thought about or considered? I've heard some folks talk about that, but like I said, I think some schools try to be mindful of it, if they have a larger Muslim community or a larger Jewish community, but I know that's probably harder to accommodate. So, and that's all. I just wanted to throw that out there.
It's actually listed on the
Calendar.
website, www.fortbendISD.com/attendance. We have the interdistrict calendar, the interfaith calendar. We work collectively with student affairs, and we, combine it, and it is identified clearly as religious for funding or excused with proper documentation.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Thank you. Yes, and there's a link at the bottom of the calendar, too, for the holidays as well for people to access. But great questions. Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam President. So kind of along the lines of what Mr. Garcia was asking, so I know in the past we've made promises to seek to accommodate religious holidays as far as not just it being an excused or religious exemption, but trying to accommodate so that tests are not missed and extracurricular activities are not missed. And I think that's a good promise that we've made at the district level, and we haven't always done a good job of delivering on that promise at the campus level. And so I'd like to try to make sure that we do that. I know specifically with Jewish students having either extracurricular, like athletic events that could probably be scheduled around those days. It's just 2 days out of the year, or major tests that were missed on those days.
So we do meet annually with the athletic department to review the religious observances that Ms. Malone mentioned. There are some constraints related to the number of games played per week, the number of teams, and the number of places to play that sometimes don't allow us to hit that, but we have made great strides in acknowledging that diversity in the district.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Great points. Mrs. Williams.
Thank you.
Williams.
This is a lot of information, and I may as well have Pam up here talking to me about IT because it was a whole lot. But at any rate, I appreciate the work that you put into this. I'm going to start off with the positive, the Juneteenth holiday. I'm ecstatic. I was very disappointed my first year because I'm like, okay, I'm sitting on this board. I am who I am. And folk were like, Danetta, why isn't the district acknowledging Juneteenth? 2022, it wasn't going to catch me again. So I started to email. And I think Dr. Whitbeck got the email, and maybe another trustee got the email. And I'm like, well, I would end it, passive-aggressive, happy Juneteenth. And I was just saying, like, what are we doing here? But I didn't want to come out, and I called community leaders, and I'm like, hey, I'm on the board. I can't just be up there fighting every day. Can somebody catch my back and help me fight? Lo and behold, I'm posting on Facebook as usual, and I look across my email, and I see that the district had changed it, the Juneteenth holiday, and we were going to be closed. So I was able to see that they did hear me and they did listen. So for that, I am grateful that this is finally being acknowledged. On the other hand, I'm not so happy for my non-Christian folk out in Fort Bend. We must find a way for them to be seen. I'm Christian and I'm African American. I am fully represented here. May not be represented in other areas, but on this calendar, I'm celebrated. And I feel like the district is at least acknowledging a part of me. My Muslim brothers and sisters, I'm not seeing them. I'm hearing my Jewish family speak about their kids having to play football. We're talking about proper documentation. We shouldn't be a district where we're requesting papers, please. I have to show you who I am for you to see me. I find that insulting. I feel like we could put something in policy, whereas we're saying where each campus will not know about the holiday. If it's ingrained in policy and we're doing it and we're educating our teachers that on this week, we're not going to give major tests. I mean, we could accomplish that through a policy, whereas it's just a district-wide. But I would hope, as much as we brag about our diversity, that we start to walk some of that talk. So, again, I thank you for all of this information. It takes a special person to come and gather all this stuff and talk about it as great as you did. And I'm thankful for the Juneteenth holiday, and I just wish we can be more inclusive. I see you're trying, but I hope we can get there one day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I do want to add that spring break does fall across one of the Muslim holidays. I know that that isn't Eid, but I do want to add that we did consider placement in order to look at all the faiths.
And I believe you did that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. My colleague already made a lot of good comments, so I'm not going to repeat it. And I promised Dr. Wayback I just ask one question. So I'm just asking that one question. So there's 4 days for the teachers' planning days. So have we ever, or maybe it's too big to ask, but is that possible to think if we can offer teachers some flexible, like maybe one of the 4 days, if the team is working together, maybe they can work from home. The reason I'm saying is because, given the current financial situation of our district, maybe we can offer them something else other than money. So that's why I'm asking.
I wouldn't be able to commit to a work from home day on teacher planning day. What I would say to that is when you're looking at 6 to 8 people planning, they have books, they have planning materials that are normally laid out in front of them. They model what they're going to do. And so I think it would be difficult to get the same quality online for that type of work. I think what teachers have told me about the days in red, and I think those are the ones that you're speaking about, what they've told me about those days is that's their protected time. So Stephanie's not going to schedule a meeting. They have to come through. Their principal's not going to schedule a meeting. That's their protected time. And so I do believe that's a great stride in allowing teachers time in advance of each grading period to do the work of teaching.
Thank you. As long as they are happy, I'm good. Thank you.
Happy, happy, happy. All right, Dr. Gilliam.
Very quickly, great job. I can remember one time on the calendar committee back when I was a principal, from where we were then and where we are now. Good job, G-O-O-D-J-O-B. Good job. What I'm seeing also as a person who is out working each and every day in another, I went back to work, so I'm in another district working. So when I see the 4 teacher planning days, 2 work days, but that 1 3-day weekend per month, Aeon. That is just, it's good to see. Congratulations to the team. And also, I want you to know, Ms. Williams, the care that went into this and what I'm hearing, it's super. I can't imagine all of the different things that you've done in order to come to this. And thank you for taking the time to make sure that we are doing what is necessary to make sure that we are taking care of all of our people. Thank you very much. Good job,
Dr. Gilliam.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam, and great cheer. I like that. I have one question related to the Eid holiday or any other holiday for that, and I understand that it's exempt or that it's coded as REL, right? And so it's excused. The only question I have, because I know we did make a change with our exam policies recently, or exam procedures, I should say. Is there any impact on a child who attends whatever campus it is at a high school level and observes the Eid holiday regarding exemptions?
I'm going to let Dr. Mensah answer that.
So currently, they have 8 absences for the semester, so that would include all absences. And there's a list on the criteria of what is not excluded, and I could share that information to be 100% accurate. But we've adjusted it for this semester recently.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell me what it originally was before it became 8? What it was before and now?
Well, there was a list of criteria of different types of absences, which included certain things that you could be exempt for if you did TAPS, if you had a certain number of visits for college visits. So there was just a list of all these different things, and then we just changed it to a one solid number, 8 absences. But there are still like 1 or 2, 3 different things that you could have as part of the criteria. Okay. But I just don't remember offhand.
So can you repeat that?
They also try not to use the 18 funded absent reasons against the child policy.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. And I just wanted to make that clear, too, for the parents or anyone watching. I know that one of the things that I absolutely love about Fort Bend and have since I was a kid is the diversity and how beautiful it is, and that, you know, everyone is accepted and included here. And I can appreciate, too, the hard work that you put into this. It is not easy. When I was just going on the website looking at how many religions there are here locally, oh my heavens to Betsy, we've got a lot going on, which is great, right? But it also creates those challenges like you mentioned. And so I appreciate the great lengths that you've gone to. You can tell your heart's in it, and that you are, you're an exceptional leader. You lead with warmth and kindness and care, and it's visible in what we now have presented with us. And so just for those of you with regard to Eid, I want you to know that we all care and that we're sorry it didn't work out. I mean, I don't know how everyone's going to vote, but I'm sorry that it didn't work out with regard to this year, but maybe next year where it falls, it will work out, and that we support your religious practices and encourage you to exercise your right to take off during those days, and that you should not, no child should be penalized or will be penalized for that, or staff member, etc. That, yeah, you have the right to exercise your religious practices, and we support that and encourage it as well. Yes.
I'd like to add something to this very quickly. I didn't realize we had 8 days. We have come a long way. Okay, we started with 3, and it didn't matter. You had 3 absences, and that was it. So I think that is really important to share with families that are asking about the changes now, because 8 days, and then what I'm hearing, there's a lot of exemptions. So there has been a lot of leeway there, and I would say just intentional, a very intentional way of making sure that we're taking care of our families. So thank you.
Yes, and Dr. Gilliam, you know, those 8 days just happened like a few months back. So again, to the community, that this administration, that this board, we're listening, and we genuinely are trying to support all learners in Fort Bend as one FBISD. All right.
Thank you.
We are moving on, and we are moving on to item E, review to approve the calling of a bond election order to be held for and within the district on Saturday, May 6, 2023, and further authorize the board president to sign the attached election order. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Hannon.
Okay, so I have 2 questions. Actually, I have 3 on this. So one, the language that gets put on the ballot, like, do we have, I know we have legal here, but is it vetted by our financial advisors, or how is that language vetted? The language that goes on the ballot.
Oh, well, you want to step up? Sure. We'll go ahead and have Jonathan Frails, our bond attorney, to respond.
Ms. Hannon, in connection with the drafting of the resolution, so I, as your bond counsel, draft the resolution. the bond order that you've got, election order that you have here. We listened to a considerable amount of feedback from the administration on what they want to cover inside of the propositions, and then we draft it based on that information and have some back and forth. There is still some flexibility to address and make changes inside of the propositions. What you have in this particular order on the ballot language for Proposition A, for example, that is the kind of traditional general purpose school district proposition. So it contains everything that can be included in a general proposition. So that language is, I'd say, industry standard for a general proposition. The second proposition on technology is one that we drafted that we thought captured the intent of the district in connection with what you wanted to do for technology. If you wanted to make some changes to that, you all do have the ability to change that to add some more specifics as it relates to that. One thing I would say is as you add additional information, there are some rules on contracts with the voters. So if you put information in there, you may foreclose your opportunity to have a little bit of flexibility in how you handle the use of those proceeds over time. And then we also have to be careful with the new rules as they relate to what can be in a general proposition and what has to be broken out into individual propositions. But that's the general procedure that we went through in developing what the ballot language looks like.
Okay, so thank you, Jonathan. Let me follow up because I'm going to ask this because you said there's a little room for perhaps us looking at it. So when I read Proposition A and Proposition B as the community member, I struggle with, well, you're asking me in A for technology infrastructure, and then in B, you're asking me to update of district technology equipment. And so I think that for the community members that we don't reach with our education push about the bond, and you're just reading this, to me, and I understand the contract. The level of specificity. Then your feet are held to the fire to do those things. I get that. But if there is some way, it's just my opinion, I know I'm one of 7 here, that Proposition B could be more clear, because it's my understanding that Proposition B is really about the student classroom reset, right? And tool set, thank you. And I just think, the voter needs to know that, because these are two different things. But most voters aren't going to understand the difference in the technology in B versus the technology in A. That's just my opinion.
And I can give you a little bit of background, too, about where that language came from in Proposition A. So under the new law, you have to break out certain types of technology in a separate proposition. So the exception to that is the language that you see on school security and then on infrastructure. And so that's the reason we put that in there. Now, that doesn't have to be in there. That was that language in Proposition A that included that. You can still fund those things without putting that language in there. So it was an effort to kind of be as complete as possible in order to put that in there and to make sure that people knew that you were going to do some security-related technology infrastructure as part of that. So there are a couple ways we can absolutely address what you're talking about if that's the will of the board in building out Proposition B a little bit more. But another option that would be available to you if the board so chose would be to take that clause out of Proposition A, and that's another way that we could address that issue.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted my colleagues on the dais here to hear my opinion about the language in those. And then the last thing, because I think this is going to all be one. Okay, that's a separate one, so I'll wait. The information that we'll vote on next time with the early voting, Mr. Scarmardo or Mr. Bassett, and I think I've asked this before, and I'm sorry. Do we vote on the schedule and where the voting locations are and the early voting locations wind up? Because I think it's still in limbo a little bit.
Yes, that's correct, Ms. Hannon. The list you have before you is not the final list. We've been working and have identified a early voting location in the Riverstone community, which will be added, and the draft that you have also says that the Fort Bend ISD locations are going to be closed on Sunday, and that was contrary to what we had requested. So those are two changes that will be coming. So that change you'll have before Monday, but then in the final look, you'll get the contract with the county to actually conduct the election, and that's when that list will be attached to that as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scamardo.
Mr. Scamardo, may I add one other item to that? The reason you have to have all of this in the election order is that the election code requires for bond elections that you address all of it. We do have additional language in there that allows for changes to be made to polling locations as you build out that contract with Fort Bend. And so there is the opportunity to update this by action of the president as you finalize the calendar with Fort Bend. So just know that when you adopt this, you're complying with the statutes in order to put this together, but you have some ability to make some changes.
Yeah, and let me also add everyone may not realize it, but Fort Bend ISD is really the only jurisdiction holding an election in May. City of Sugar Land, City of Missouri City are not. Meadows Place may, Arcola may, but so there, the county, we've been in regular communication, and we'll know the sites.
Thank you. Thank you both.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Hannon. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. So I agree with Trustee Hannon on the technology. I think that'll probably confuse some folks. I don't know if we remove it from A or we add a little bit of what we can in B to clarify it a little bit more specifically, if it's her tool set or computers, laptops, maybe something a little more specific.
Perhaps we could make it into devices if it's allowable, because that is classroom devices strictly.
Yep. And then we're voting next week on this, which is also the exact amount of what we're going to be asking for. So like next week, it's not going to go up or down, or is that still kind of in limbo between now and next week?
It depends on the feedback. We went through scenarios today, so we can certainly change it, but that would changing the number is easy. The rest of it, don't see changing much.
Okay, I was just curious about that. And last thing is, I recommend that on any of the literature, the collateral we put out, we put Proposition A, Proposition B, vote, whatever, instead of VATRE. Last time it was just very confusing because it said Proposition A on the ballot, but so I would just recommend that all of our material says Proposition A, Proposition B, which I think that's what we're doing. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Williams.
I have a legal question for our council. Who are we having the election with? Are we required to have a joint party to hold an election with?
We're having the election with Fort Bend County. That's who we contract with, Fort Bend County, to administer the election.
Okay, what I'm trying to basically state is the Texas Education Code, if I'm reading it right, states that we have to have a joint election.
That's correct.
Who's the other party?
Fort Bend County is the county that we are obligated to contract with to conduct the election.
Okay, so we're going to contract with Fort Bend County?
Yes, ma'am, like we do at every election.
I'm not following at all, maybe because my ear's messing up now, but you're stating that we're going to have it with Fort Bend County, like the county of Fort Bend.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we are, as a political subdivision of the state, we cannot do our own elections. Mm-hmm. We're required to contract with and do that election with the county, right?
Okay, right.
So that's why what we will be presented is a document that's called a joint election agreement and contract for services, spelling out in that document who's responsible for what portion of the election.
That's where I'm getting at. Okay.
Yeah, and in this order before you, it spells out certain parts of that requirement, like who is the election administrator, when you have to have an application submitted, by what date, and to whom. And so a lot of those details are in the order, so anybody's looking, they can see that.
Okay, so it's not a separate document?
There will be another document.
Okay, that's
so
what
you're
I
going to
didn't
approve it in this document, and then once that's done, we'll send that language to the county to prepare the ballot, and the county then will prepare the contract and send it back to us. So that will be your last look at the process.
Understood. Thank you. Understood. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. Mrs. Hannon, do you have additional comments?
I do. Jonathan and Mr. Gwynn or Mr. Bassett. So if, say on Thursday, at that meeting, the board discusses something like the natatorium or the transportation facility, like you gave us these scenarios on here because it shifts, those would have to be different propositions. Is that correct?
Yes and no. So as it relates to the natatorium, that is a specific category of project that must be listed in a separate proposition. The transportation facility is considered a school building that can be included in Proposition A, general proposition. Okay. If you choose to list it separately as a separate proposition, you have the ability to do that. You can break out anything you want as a separate proposition, but as a matter of law, the transportation facility can be in Proposition A, and the natatorium must be a separate proposition.
Separate, so that would be C. Okay. And so I just think as we're wanting voters to come out, that, that may be a conversation the board could have on Thursday, because I know lots of people want it to be under $1 billion. But anyway, let's have that conversation Thursday.
All right. Thank you. And I have one question for you, Mr. Frails. Basically, based on hearing Mrs. Hannon and Mr. Garcia's comments regarding technology, I think for me, I want to know in your professional expertise what your recommendation is, if it is as is like this, for the voters. And then I also want to know in 2018 when we did the last bond, because I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't go back and look at the 2018 election order to cross-compare and reference. Can you tell me how we did it then, and were those same laws you mentioned applicable at that point in time as they are today, or is there a difference from then?
That's a great question. So the first item I would say is that the rules were different in 2018. And so the district operated in the way that virtually all districts in the state did back in 2018, which was putting everything in a single proposition. We did call out safety and security infrastructure in the proposition in 2018. So in the litany of things in Proposition A, it was called out kind of in a similar manner to this. So that's the difference. I see districts do things very differently, kind of across the board. I've had some districts recently that on the device piece have actually very specifically laid out that the technology that's being covered by Proposition B is for staff, student, and teacher devices. So I've seen it laid out that way. I've seen the language that you have in this draft in several districts, and I've seen everything in between where they've just talked about student devices, if that's all they were financing in that particular case. So it really depends on what your needs are as a district, number one, and then number two, how you think your electorate would ultimately react to the language that's in the document. So I think you have a lot of flexibility, and we can make it work within whatever parameters you give us. Okay,
so with regard to that, we did do a survey, and Mr. Bassett, you were a part of that, and I know that language was given to the survey group, right? What language, was this language what was presented to them? Because basically what I want to know is, rather than us trying to figure out what we think, I kind of would rather, and this is just I'm one voice and one vote, but I want to know, did the consultant and the surveyor provide the language that Mr. Frails has here written to that group?
It was very close, and it definitely did say at the end, this is a property tax increase. I don't think it was quite as long. I think they were trying to summarize it for the purposes of the not having too long of a call, trying to limit it. But it definitely did cover some of those things. But we can get you that exact survey language. That is one of the things, one of the handouts that we did send on to you guys. But
No,
we sent you a lot
yeah.
of stuff. So anyway, but it did include that.
Okay, no,
at
I
a higher
appreciate that.
level.
And I know you sent that previously. What I don't recall, though, was whether there was language regarding the infrastructure and technology, like the two technology pieces
Okay.
from the Proposition A and B. I know that they had the mention of the 3 items.
I think that there
So-
was a separate question about that in terms of, whenever they're asked, $1.2 billion for this, okay, it was definitely shorter than than that total language that they would actually see in a ballot.
Okay, so my ask then would be if you could please reach out to the consultant and get their opinion as well, and maybe share that with us on Thursday, so that we're all privy to that information
Okay.
moving forward. Because I appreciate their perspective, right? But I also definitely have some value in the experts in the room, especially since we're paying them. We might as well use your expertise to get us to the finish line.
I will say it would not be unusual to take that out of Proposition A.
Okay.
If that's what you chose to do.
All right. Well, thank you, sir, for being with us after 10 o'clock tonight. We greatly appreciate you
Absolutely.
staying here.
Thank you.
All right, next item is item F, review a bond resolution that demonstrates the board's desire to maintain proper oversight and accountability of all proceeds from bonds issued against the voter-approved bond referendum from the district's bond election 2023 bond to be held on May 6, 2023. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, let's move on to item G, review consolidation recommendation for elementary schools in the Willow Ridge High School feeder pattern. I know we discussed that earlier. Do we have any additional discussion? Seeing none, let's move on to item H, review consolidation recommendation for elementary schools in the Bush High School feeder pattern. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, moving on to item I, review for the use of 2018 bond program contingency as proposed. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Hannon.
Yes, can you just tell me where the turf, the $450,000 for turf, what campus is getting that?
That's at Austin High School.
Austin High School. Okay. And what is it? Is it a baseball field?
Softball field.
Softball field. So, okay. Thank you.
And this was moved up due to the condition of the press box and on that field. And the officers may remember I showed some pictures, and we spoke about that in one of our officer meetings. But that's why it needed to move up the list.
Okay. The 450 is also for the press box. Yes, is that correct?
It is for the press box.
Oh, just for the press box.
So it's the press box and the bleachers that go along with
Okay,
it.
it says, the
that's the
package is
code.
turf and, okay, I'm sorry. Okay. And so actually, you know what, I want to thank this school district is very large, and I want to thank the community member, because there was a community member that brought up the condition of the press box. And I think that's how sometimes we make things better and equitable for our kids. And so I appreciate that stakeholder, and I appreciate that the school district and the administration is responding to them. Thank you.
All right. And I want to mention one thing, and that's the closeout of Crawford High School. Good job, Mrs. Fazzetti. It looks like we have $3 million coming back to bond contingency.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
So thank you for your effective management of bond funds. Appreciate it. Job well done. All right, next item is going to be item J, review for proposed expenses that exceed $50K. Specifically we'll start with number 1, review a project budget to perform the refurbishments needed to restore full functionality to generators district-wide for an amount not to exceed $200,000. Utilization of bond 2018 contingency funds and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute or terminate the agreements. Do we have any discussion? kind of seems like a no-brainer, so we're moving on with that one. No discussion. Item number 2, review authorization for additional consultants and clinician services related to previous approval for the continued purchase for the Fine Arts Department and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreements through January of 2028. Do we have any discussion? Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. So how much are we planning on spending between general fund and activity funds? And activity funds, I remember, is sort of the self-funding portion of our fine arts, when we pay to go to these events and things like that.
And I'm doing this off of memory. We did previously report that answer, and we can re-forward that back. But the vast majority of the funds will come from the general fund, and I'll have to provide you the exact dollar amount that came from activity funds. There is some from activity funds, but by and large, it's primarily general fund.
Right,
it's under $100,000
That's what I thought.
for
I just
activity
wanted to
funds.
double check on that. And is this typically average what we spend for, this is over between now and through 2028, so this is about what we normally run, I guess?
Yes, sir. You may recall at the last month, the board approved the contract. And one of the questions that came up is what happens if there are clinicians or other staff that need to be added after the fact. This is adding to that list that was previously approved by the board. It does not increase the expenditure amount, so we're still within that same parameter, but it's adding some additional contractors that the Fine Arts Department identified that weren't previously included on the list.
Okay, that's what I wanted to double check that. Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we're moving on to item number 3. Review for the continued purchase of non-instructional software from various cooperative contracts in the amount not to exceed $6,789,240 and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreements through June of 2027. And I know Dr. Whitbeck has some comments she'd like to add, so I'm going to do that before opening it up to the board.
Madam President, I'd like to call on Mr. Pham. We'd like to amend this item to be for 1 year and a different amount. So, Mr. Pham.
That is correct. We would like to amend it to $1,697,310. This is the first time that we take this, I guess, this package as a cooperative purchase. We would like to do it 1 year, see how it works, make sure that it is indeed we can do this. So we would like to move it from $6,789,240 to $1,697,310. It is correct on the agenda item itself.
Okay, thank you, sir, for that amendment, and we recognize that. Do we have any discussion? Can you tell me on the 6, and just do the math for me, I guess, or if you already have it, on $6,789,240 over the term of what was already there, what was it annually?
That is the annual. It's $1,697,310.
Oh, so it divides out even.
That is correct.
Okay, gotcha.
We're just taking, instead of 4 years, we're taking 1 year.
Well, I am just going to smile and say thank you. I appreciate that. All right, anybody else? Discussion? Okay, item number 4. Review a construction service agreement with job order contractor, E-Contractors, to perform necessary repairs and updates at Hightower High School Central Plant, Package 58, for a not-to-exceed construction cost of $844,865, and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the contract documents. Do we have any discussion? All right, seeing none, item 5, review for possible approval of an amount not to exceed $450,000 to address identified deficiencies at Austin High School under Package 21, Turf and Athletics, utilization of bond 2018 contingency funds, and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute or terminate the agreements. Do we have any discussion? All right, we kind of already hit that one up. Item 6, review for the continued purchase of student support services from Communities and Schools Houston CISH in an amount not to exceed $114,784 and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreement through June of 2023. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Hannon.
Yes. If somebody could tell me how were these 4 schools chosen? Have they been part of it for a while? And who actually delivers this service? And maybe an added one is how many students are served?
Christy McCullough was the first school that actually had communities and schools on its campus, and then consideration was made in the 2019-2020 school year to add additional schools. And the schools across the district were looked at to consider what would be the best fit, and then also consider what the schools already had. So schools were considered that may have already received services or additional programs, and they might have not been the one that was chosen because they had the additional supports or systems in place. So the 3 schools that were added were Arizona Fleming, Blue Ridge, and Ridgegate. And so the feeder pattern into Christy McCullough obviously represented there. And so the schools were chosen based on need and then also geographic across the district.
Okay, and how many students are served? Because there's a lot of bullets here, and 4 schools, and how many kids are served? And is it one provider per campus?
So there is a person that's actually at the campus through the services, and they track what they actually provide on the campus for individual counseling services, wraparound supports, but additionally, a student can walk in at any time and say, oh, I forgot my pencil today. And there's no question, it's just here, I'm going to give you the support. Or if it's shoes or a coat or whatever they might need, they're an organization that will provide services to our students and families without question.
Okay, so are the staff certified mental health providers?
In our case, they are. It's not always that way. They're not required to be. They're degreed is the requirement, but we asked for mental health professionals.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you. Mrs. Williams.
I have a question. I spoke with the CIS over at Blue Ridge last year. I have some new shirts and uniforms that I was going to bring her. And what she articulated to me was that we won't be here after the first of the year. So I'm happy to see that they are coming back. She expressed to me the need. She stated that they basically do not have a lot of items. And I'm over there still sitting with that same garage full of stuff that I haven't made it to over there yet to give to her. But there is a need. And I'm happy that Blue Ridge is going to have it because I was concerned that this program will not be on that campus anymore. But the lady, she told me she went to like 2 campuses. She's not there 5 days a week, but she goes from one campus to another campus. So they try to, be at maybe Blue Ridge 2 days, maybe McCullough for a day, but they are serving that entire feed over there. So I'm happy that they're back, and this is something that I would definitely be supporting, and I'm going to bring those items to her. So if you talk to her, tell her I'm coming. I'm a little slow, but I'm coming. Thank you.
All right, well, speed it up, Ms. Williams.
Okay.
Okay, so appreciate that. And board, so item 9C is actually was not intended to be an action item. It's actually a review item. So we're going to take 9C and make it item 4.7. Right? So we're going to review that one, which is consideration and approval of budget amendment to transfer $9,757,494 between information technology projects. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Williams.
I don't have a discussion. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, that's all right. All right, seeing none, we're going to move on, and the next item is public comment. So there are 2 speakers. I actually think they left. It's pretty late. Okay, so all right, so our speakers that originally requested to speak are not here, and we apologize that it's so late, but we welcome you next week when we meet again. And we are going to move on to, we're going to skip closed session. Are y'all good with that too? All right, we're going to move on now to action items. And thank you guys for your flexibility. Greatly appreciate that, seeing it's 10:30 at night. All right. Item 9A, consideration and approval of the resolution to allow Fort Bend ISD Police Department to apply for a grant through the Office of the Governor to purchase bullet-resistant shields. May I please get a motion?
Madam President, I move the board to approve item 9A as presented.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Mrs. Day and we have a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have any discussion? All right, seeing none, please vote. The motion carries 7-0. Item 9B, consideration and approval of the resolution to allow Fort Bend ISD Police Department to apply for a grant through the Office of the Governor to purchase rifle-resistant armor.
Madam President, I move the board to approve item 9B as presented.
I second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Day and a second by Dr. Gilliam. Do we have any discussion? Please vote. The motion carries 7-0. May I please get, that concludes our action items. May I please get a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
All right, the time is 10:33 p.m. and we are now adjourned. Thank you all and good night.
We don't have anything on the agenda. What are we all going to talk about?
We were going to talk about the bond language.
Oh, well, then double check. I don't know. Maybe she was just saying they were going to work through it.
Just think about it. No, I like enchilada. Okay, I'll bring you a taco. I know it's not. That's why I'm intentionally said that. Good night, Glenda. Yeah, come on.
Just a little bit.